Next month, we're going back to live with my parents. My husband Ben told his sister-in-law Holly. To our surprise, she seemed really happy about it. But when moving day came, I got a ton of calls. After unpacking, I found out that Holly had given out the wrong address. I didn't get to hear the full story and felt really upset. My name's Jane, I'm 35, just an ordinary office worker. I live with my husband Ben and our fourth-grade child. We both work hard to make ends meet and have a happy family life. Everything was going smoothly. Then Holly came to visit. At first, she said she just wanted to hang out, so we welcomed her warmly. But she started showing up unannounced every few days, acting more and more arrogant each time. Holly knew when I finished work and would time her visits accordingly, making herself at home and helping herself to our food and drinks. It got so bad that she even started eating our kids' snacks. I tried talking to her about it, but she wouldn't listen. Instead, she'd get mad and impossible to deal with. Lately, she's been coming over every single day, and Ben and I are worried sick about how to make her stop. Hey, you didn't get anything today, even though you knew I was coming. I felt like sighing at her behavior. I didn't buy anything. If you want to eat, you can get it yourself, I replied calmly. But as soon as I said that, Holly started yelling loudly. Don't mess with me. I'm a guest. You should treat me. And this is your house, right? It's only fair for you to pay for everything, she shouted aggressively, thinking it would make me give in. She was really selfish and difficult to deal with. Holly, we didn't get a call before you came. Isn't it common courtesy to let us know beforehand if you want to visit as a guest? I said, noticing Holly's shoulders tense up, causing her to spill her tea. How dare you? You're my sister-in-law. Is this how you treat family? I'll make sure everyone hears about this, she retorted angrily, despite being the one causing the inconvenience. Reflecting back, I remembered how different she was before. When I first met her at my in-laws' house, she and her husband Ken were so welcoming. They made me feel at ease, which helped me bond with my in-laws and eventually marry Ben. But now she seemed like a completely different person. When I tried to ask her if something had happened with her in-laws, she refused to talk about it. At first, I tried to be supportive, but as her unannounced visits and rude behavior continued, I grew frustrated. My attempts to distance myself only seemed to escalate her actions further. I need a drink. Go buy it? Now, Holly ordered me while I was busy cooking, almost pushing me out the door as if she wanted me gone. She threw my bag, which was in the living room, outside. Despite feeling frustrated and wanting to refuse, I grabbed my bag. But Holly blocked the doorway, refusing to let me back in until I got what she wanted. Please stop this. My husband will be home soon, and our child will be back from their friend's house, I pleaded, but Holly remained unmoved. I don't care. If you stop complaining and go now, you'll be back in time, she said firmly, blocking the entrance like a stubborn gatekeeper. Realizing arguing would be futile and only waste time, I reluctantly headed to the nearby supermarket to buy the alcohol Holly demanded. When I got back home, my kids had returned, and I found my sister-in-law, Holly, making my child clean up the tea she had spilled, acting all high and mighty. I quickly went to my child and shot a stern look at Holly. Please, don't do this again. You spilled the tea, so you need to clean it up, I firmly told her. But instead of acknowledging her mistake, Holly just started drinking the wine she had taken from me, saying, "It's your fault for being so slow." I told my child to take their things to their room and rushed through the rest of the cleaning. As I cooked, my frustration grew, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was any way to put a stop to Holly's unacceptable behavior. I talked to my husband, Ben, about Holly's behavior, and he was just as upset as I was, especially about what she did to our child. He said he'd call his brother right away to address the situation, but when he tried, he returned with a frown, saying the call wouldn't go through. We both looked at his phone, puzzled, wondering what could be causing the issue. Feeling disgusted by Holly's actions, we had been wanting to visit my in-laws, but finding a suitable day amidst our busy schedules was proving difficult. Despite our worries, we decided to plan a visit for next month and left it at that. The following day, I mentioned to Holly that we were planning to visit my in-laws, but she didn't seem interested in the details and strongly objected to our decision for some reason. Holly's yelling only added to our confusion. Why was she so adamant about us not going to my in-laws' house? As I pondered over this, I received more troubling news the next day. My mom called to inform me that my dad had fallen down the stairs and been injured, needing caregiving. Although it wasn't serious, my parents were clearly distressed. I offered to go home immediately, but my mom insisted that I prioritize my children and not worry about them. Both of my parents are over 65, still working senior jobs despite being retired to support themselves. With my dad now needing care, it would put extra strain on my mom, juggling caregiving and work. Their lives would undoubtedly be affected. I couldn't help but wonder what I could do to help them. With a heavy heart, I finished work for the day and headed home. That evening, Holly showed up at our house as usual after the kids got back from school, expecting dinner to be ready. It was a routine thing for her. I glanced at Holly with a bit of resentment. I had hoped to talk to Ben about my parents that night, but with Holly around, it seemed challenging. Could we skip dinner tonight? I bought a cake, I suggested, offering her the cake instead. Holly frowned and shot me a glare. What do you mean? You expect me to just eat cake? That's absurd. We have our own issues too. I'm sorry, but could you just take this and go home? I asked, hoping she'd understand. Reluctantly, Holly eyed the cake. I tried telling her, you don't have to eat it if you don't want to, but she ignored me and ended up eating it anyway before heading back home. After discussing with Ben, who had just returned home, we realized we couldn't afford to fully support my parents every month, but we still wanted to help. Ben suggested doing more overtime, but I didn't want to overburden him either. That's when we had a brilliant idea to solve both the issue with my brother's wife and my parents' situation. Ben agreed, and we immediately got to work. While Ben started packing our things, I called my parents, and he dialed Holly's number. We're moving back to my parents' place next month. We won't be around when you visit, Ben told her over the phone. Holly seemed thrilled at the news. Well, I should start getting ready too, she replied casually before hanging up. We were left wondering what she meant by that. Oh well, never mind, we shrugged and ended the call. On moving day, as we began unpacking at my parents' house, we were bombarded with frantic calls from Holly. I quickly answered, trying to calm her down. When she finally composed herself, she blurted out, "Your new place is..." I was puzzled and interrupted her, saying, "Wait, it's my parents' home. We're moving back here, remember?" There was a sharp intake of breath from Holly on the other end of the line. "Parents' home?" "Ben mentioned it, so I thought you were moving here," she exclaimed, catching me off guard. I turned to Ben, who was playing with our child nearby, and asked if he had clarified that it was my parents' home. Before I could finish explaining, the call abruptly ended. "Anyway, it's not a big deal, right? You also said..." "Well, never mind," Holly retorted, signaling the misunderstanding. "I'm sorry, Holly, but we didn't move to your parents' home. We've already finished moving," Ben tried to clarify, but Holly had already hung up on me while I was explaining. Frustrated, she started blaming me for the confusion. When I asked about her plans, Holly revealed something surprising. "I thought you'd unload all the tedious house chores onto us when you moved in," she said, leaving me speechless. Ignoring her condescending tone, I explained why we made the decision to move. "Your frequent visits were becoming overwhelming, Holly." Around the same time, my mom informed me that my dad had been injured and needed care. When Ben and I discussed it, we thought moving back to my parents' home would help keep you at bay and allow us to assist my mom. Holly's response was simply a threatening "huh." My parents' home is conveniently located near our child's school and close to our workplaces, so the move went smoothly, like hitting two targets with one shot. We had planned to explain this to Holly, but she abruptly ended the call, so we didn't feel responsible for the misunderstanding. "Come and move here immediately," Holly demanded, her voice rising, but I firmly declined. While living with Holly's family didn't sound bad, I couldn't bear the thought of being taken advantage of. Plus, my parents are going through a tough time right now. Despite my explanation, Holly refused to accept it. So, you won't listen to me? Suddenly, we heard Ben's brother's voice on the line. Holly gasped and stepped back. Is everything okay, Holly? I inquired, concerned. Holly pleaded urgently, please, just come over now. What's wrong? Hurry up. I wondered why my sister-in-law was so frantic. Holly's urgency left me speechless, and then she abruptly ended the call. After hanging up, I filled Ben in on my sister-in-law's urgent plea, and he grunted in response. Guess we better check it out, he said, offering to drive. Amidst the chaos of just having moved and dealing with various tasks, I quickly arranged for my parents to watch the kids while we visited my in-laws. Luckily, they were both home and agreed to help out, allowing Ben and me to go together. Upon reaching my in-laws' house, I rushed into the living room. There, I found Holly looking dejected, while my mother-in-law and brother-in-law appeared furious. They offered us tea and explained the situation as soon as they saw us. Holly ran away from home after we confronted her about her reckless spending. We've been trying to reach her, but she's been avoiding us, my brother-in-law explained, shooting a glare at Holly. I was stunned to hear this revelation. I hadn't realized Holly had left home. Ben shared my disbelief, giving Holly a questioning look. Apparently, Holly had even dipped into my savings. I had been trying to contact her to retrieve my money, but she had been unreachable. Today, she had suddenly returned home. Hearing about our move-in plans, they assumed it was a misunderstanding. Surprised? I instinctively shook my head. Then Holly, who had been quiet until now, spoke up defiantly. Mom, it's your fault for interfering in my life. I spent the money to ease your stress. It's not a big deal. She slammed her fist on the table, her face flushed. But neither my mother-in-law nor brother-in-law backed down. Stop making excuses. You quit your job suddenly and expected us to do all the housework and cooking. How can you claim to be stressed? Exactly. You spend all the money we earn on designer bags. It's unacceptable. They both raised their voices angrily, their faces red. Holly, showing no remorse, simply looked away, not taking the situation seriously. We had no clue about the turmoil brewing in my in-laws' home. My brother-in-law's voice rose sharply. Enough is enough. Are you also causing trouble for my younger brother? If you're so unhappy, let's just get divorced. Stay out of our lives. Holly's face drained of color, panic evident in her eyes. Wait. Why does it have to come to that? I was just trying to take care of you two, she pleaded. Ben and I exchanged a sigh. It was us who took care of you. You came over every day, ate and drank whatever you wanted from our home, even had dinner without contributing or lifting a finger to help. I interjected, earning a sharp glare from my brother-in-law. That's because it's your house. I'm a guest, so why should I pay? Holly spoke selfishly, leaving us speechless. My determined brother-in-law retrieved divorce papers. I've had enough, Holly. Sign these and leave. Stay away from this house and my younger brothers. Holly was taken aback by his resolve. And you need to repay Mom's savings in full. We'll settle it through a lawyer. Holly's shock was palpable, her face paling. I wonder how much she spent, I mused, noting her reaction. I don't have that kind of money, Jane. Both you and Ben are working, right? You must have some spare. Holly, flustered, turned to me for assistance. I shook my head, meeting her gaze. We simply can't afford it. We have our parents' healthcare expenses, our children's support payments, and our own living costs to consider. You'll have to find a solution on your own. I explained firmly, and finally, Holly accepted the reality and gave up. Following her brother-in-law's ultimatum, Holly was obligated to fully reimburse her mother-in-law's money. She enlisted a lawyer and had the arrangement officially documented to ensure accountability. Her brother-in-law informed us of this development and offered another apology, saying, "I'm sorry for getting you involved." We felt a sense of relief knowing that our concerns had been addressed. Interestingly, it appears that all the food and drink consumed by Holly at our house was also included in the mother-in-law's claim. While full repayment might be challenging due to the lack of detailed records, some restitution may be possible. My husband and I express our gratitude to my brother-in-law. It turns out that Holly had borrowed money to cover her expenses during her absence and is now struggling with that debt as well. Meanwhile, I've been dedicating my time to assisting my mom at my parents' home. With Holly no longer a source of concern, most of my stress has dissipated. Moving forward, I'm committed to working diligently to safeguard my cherished parents and family.
The gold foil lettering on the invitation mocked me as I traced my finger over the embossed names. Hallie and Stefan. The ampersand between their names felt like a knife twisting in my gut. I should have thrown it away the moment it arrived. Instead, I'd kept it on my kitchen counter for weeks, letting it taunt me every morning as I made coffee. Some masochistic part of me needed the daily reminder of what I'd lost. "You're sure about this, Lexi?" Fatima's voice crackled through my phone speaker as I applied mascara, my hand trembling slightly. "Nobody would blame you for backing out." "I'm not backing out." I steadied my wrist, determined not to smudge. "I've been planning this for months." What I didn't tell Fatima was that I wasn't actually invited as a guest. No, Hallie had asked me to coordinate her wedding. My best friend of 15 years was marrying my ex-fiancé and wanted me to make sure their special day went perfectly. And I'd said yes. The autumn air bit at my cheeks as I stepped out of my car at the Rosewood estate. October in New England painted the landscape in fiery oranges and reds that matched the slow burn of rage I'd been nursing. The venue was stunning, a historic mansion with sprawling gardens that Hallie had always dreamed of. I knew because we'd planned our fantasy weddings together since college. I clutched my event planner binder to my chest like armor and marched toward the service entrance. Staff bustled around, arranging flowers and adjusting table settings. No one questioned my presence. I belonged here, just not in the way I'd once imagined. "Lexi, thank God you're here." Nicole appeared beside me, her event coordinator badge matching mine. We'd worked together at several functions before, but she had no idea about my history with the happy couple. "The florist delivered peonies instead of garden roses, and the bride is about to have a meltdown." "Where is she?" I asked, my voice impressively steady. "Bridal suite, second floor, but fair warning, she's on edge." I nodded and headed for the stairs, each step heavier than the last. This was the moment I'd rehearsed countless times in my head, but nothing prepared me for the reality of it. The door to the bridal suite was cracked open. I could hear Hallie's voice before I saw her. "I don't care what it takes, just fix it. This is my wedding day." I knocked softly and pushed the door open. And there she was, my former best friend, wrapped in a silk robe, her dark hair half-styled, looking exactly like the bride I'd once imagined being. Her eyes met mine in the mirror, and for a split second, I caught something there. Guilt, maybe? It vanished so quickly I might have imagined it. "Lexi, finally." She turned, arms outstretched, as if we were still the same friends who had once promised to be each other's maids of honor. "The flowers are all wrong. Can you handle it?" I forced a smile. "Already on it." "You're a lifesaver." She squeezed my arm. "I knew I could count on you." The casual confidence in her voice made my stomach turn. Of course she could count on me. That's what made her betrayal so perfect. She knew I'd never let her down, even after she'd shattered my world. "How's Stefan?" I asked, unable to help myself. Her expression softened. Nervous. You know how he gets. I did know. I knew how he hummed when he was anxious, how he always loosened his tie when he felt trapped, how his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled genuinely. I knew because for 3 years I'd thought he was going to be my husband, until he disappeared 6 months before our wedding. No explanation, no goodbye, just gone. And then 4 months later, the announcement, Hallie and Stefan were engaged. "I should check on the flowers," I said, backing toward the door. "Wait." Hallie called me back. "I wanted to thank you again for doing this. I know it's complicated." Complicated. As if that word could possibly contain the magnitude of her betrayal. "It's fine," I lied. "What are friends for?" I escaped before she could respond and leaned against the hallway wall, drawing in a shaky breath. I could do this. I had to do this. My phone buzzed with a text. Unknown number. Did you really think you'd be on the guest list? Some best friend you must have been. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering. Who would send this? I scrolled through the wedding party list in my mind, trying to identify who might know about my history with the couple. Before I could process it, another text came through. Check the groom's jacket pocket, left side. You'll find something interesting. I glanced down the hallway toward the groom's suite. Stefan was in there, probably adjusting his cufflinks in that meticulous way he had. The man who'd vanished from my life without explanation. The man who'd moved on to my best friend without remorse. The man who still had no idea what I'd discovered about him and Hallie. My phone buzzed again. Don't you want to know why he really left you? My hands trembled as I tucked my phone away. The florist crisis could wait. I had a different emergency to attend to now, one that might finally give me the answers I'd been denied for over a year. And if what I suspected was true, this wedding was about to become memorable for all the wrong reasons. I stood outside the groom's suite, my heart hammering against my ribs. The door was ajar, voices drifting out. Stefan wasn't alone. I pressed myself against the wall, straining to listen. You're sure she doesn't suspect anything? A male voice I didn't recognize. Lexi? Stefan's laugh was dismissive in a way I'd never heard before. She's too busy playing wedding coordinator to notice what's really going on. My fingers curled into fists, nails digging into my palms. The physical pain was almost a relief compared to the ache spreading through my chest. And Hallie's cool with her being here? The other voice asked. It was Hallie's idea, Stefan replied. Said it would be poetic justice or something. Women, right? Their laughter faded as they moved deeper into the room. I waited until I heard the bathroom door close and water running before I slipped inside. The suite was a mirror image of the bridal room. Plush furniture, champagne on ice, garment bags hanging from a rack. Stefan's tuxedo jacket was draped over a chair, carelessly tossed aside like so many promises. I glanced at the bathroom door. The shower was running now. I had minutes, maybe seconds, maybe... My hands trembled as I reached for his jacket. Left pocket, the text had said. I slid my fingers in, feeling nothing but fabric. Then my fingertips brushed against something in the inner breast pocket instead. A small velvet box. A ring box. My stomach dropped. Was this some sick joke? Another engagement ring when he was hours from marrying my best friend? I flipped it open, expecting a diamond. Instead, I found a simple gold band with an inscription inside. Forever yours, H. Not a new engagement ring. A wedding band. But the inscription, it wasn't new. The gold showed signs of wear, tiny scratches along the edges. This wasn't something he'd just purchased. The water shut off abruptly. I snapped the box closed and shoved it back in the pocket, my mind racing. I needed to get out, now. I slipped out just as the bathroom door opened, ducking behind a large floral arrangement in the hallway. My phone buzzed again. Now you know. They've been together longer than you think. I stared at the message, pieces clicking into place. The mysterious business trips. The weekends when Hallie was visiting her sister. The way they'd announced their engagement so quickly after Stefan left me. This wasn't a whirlwind romance born after our breakup. This was an affair that had been going on right under my nose. Lexi, what are you doing up here? Nicole's voice made me jump. The florist is downstairs having a meltdown about the centerpieces. I forced my features into what I hoped was a neutral expression. Just checking on the groom's party, making sure everything's on schedule. Nicole raised an eyebrow but didn't push. Well, when you're done stalking your ex, we have actual fires to put out downstairs. I'm not stalking. I stopped myself. Nicole didn't know my history with Stefan and Hallie. To her, I was just another wedding coordinator. I'll be right down. As I followed her downstairs, my mind raced with implications. That ring wasn't new. How long had they been together behind my back? Months? Years? The florist crisis was real but manageable. White peonies instead of blush garden roses. I handled it on autopilot, my thoughts elsewhere. Each smile I forced felt like it might crack my face. Each no problem I uttered was a lie. I was arranging the seating chart when I felt someone watching me. I looked up to find Stefan standing in the doorway, his groomsman laughing behind him. "Lexi," he said, his voice softer than it had been upstairs. "Can we talk? Alone?" The groomsmen exchanged glances, clearly aware of who I was. How much did they know? How long had I been the punchline of their jokes? "I'm working," I replied, my voice steady despite the earthquake happening inside me. "Please. 5 minutes." I set down my clipboard. "Fine. 5 minutes." We stepped into a small alcove off the main hall, close enough to hear the bustle of wedding preparations, far enough that no one would overhear us. "I just wanted to say thank you," he began, "for doing this, for Hallie." "Not for you?" I couldn't help myself. His eyes, those warm brown eyes I'd once thought I'd wake up to for the rest of my life, couldn't meet mine. "I know how this looks." "Do you?" I asked. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like my fiancé and my best friend were having an affair behind my back, and now I'm coordinating their wedding." He flinched. "It wasn't like that." "Then what was it like, Stefan? Enlighten me." "Things between us weren't working." "So you discuss it with me," I hissed, keeping my voice low. "You don't disappear and then pop up engaged to my best friend." His jaw tightened. "I handled it badly. I know that." "How long?" I asked, the question that had been burning inside me since I saw that worn gold band. "What? How long were you two together before you left me?" Something flickered across his face. Guilt, maybe, or fear. "Lexi, today isn't the day." "How long?" Each word was a bullet. 8 months, he finally admitted. 8 months, while I was picking out wedding venues, while Hallie was helping me choose my dress, while we were all having dinner together, laughing, planning our futures. "I have to get back to work," I said, my voice hollow. "Your bride is waiting." As I turned to leave, he caught my wrist. "Lexi, wait. There's something you should know about Hallie." "Save it." I pulled my arm away. "I'm just the wedding coordinator, remember? Your relationship drama isn't my concern anymore." I walked away, my legs somehow supporting me despite feeling like they might dissolve beneath me. In my pocket, my phone buzzed again. Ready for the next revelation? Check Hallie's wedding planner, the one with the pink cover. Page 43. I didn't know who was sending these messages, but they were leading me down a rabbit hole I couldn't turn away from. And page 43 was about to show me how deep this betrayal really went. Hallie's wedding planner was in her bridal suite, the same pink leather-bound book she'd carried everywhere since getting engaged. I remembered teasing her about it months ago, back when I still thought we were friends. Back when I didn't know she'd been sleeping with my fiancé for 8 months while helping me plan my own wedding to him. I needed a reason to go back upstairs. The champagne. I grabbed a fresh bottle from the catering supply and headed up, rehearsing excuses in my head. The bridal suite was empty when I arrived. Hallie was probably getting her photos taken in the garden. Perfect. I set down the champagne and scanned the room. The planner sat on the vanity, surrounded by makeup brushes and hairspray. My hands shook as I flipped to page 43. It was a budget page, columns of numbers and notes in Hallie's looping handwriting. Nothing seemed unusual until I noticed an entry labeled insurance policy with a payment of $5,000 to someone named Truman. Truman, the wedding DJ? I checked the vendor list in my coordinator binder. Truman Hunter was indeed listed as tonight's entertainment. What kind of insurance policy costs $5,000 and involves the DJ? I snapped a photo of the page with my phone just as voices approached in the hallway. I quickly closed the planner and busied myself arranging the champagne glasses. "Just need a minute to freshen up," Hallie was saying as she entered. She stopped short when she saw me. "Lexi, what are you doing here?" I held up the champagne bottle. "Thought you might need a refill before the ceremony." Her eyes narrowed slightly, then softened into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Always so thoughtful. The bridesmaids filed in behind her, a flutter of pastel dresses and nervous energy. I recognized most of them. Women who'd once been my friends, too. They avoided looking directly at me. "Everything's on schedule," I said professionally. "Ceremony starts in 40 minutes. "Perfect." Hallie sat at the vanity, directly in front of her planner. "Oh, did you talk to Stefan? He mentioned he was looking for you." The casual way she said his name, my ex-fiancé, her soon-to-be husband, made my stomach clench. Briefly, "Good." She smiled at me in the mirror. "I'm so glad we can all be adults about this." The bridesmaids exchanged uncomfortable glances. They knew. Everyone knew what had happened except me, apparently. "Of course," I replied, matching her tone. "What are friends for?" As I turned to leave, Hallie called after me. "Lexi, can you make sure the DJ has the correct version of our first dance song? It's At Last by Etta James, but the remastered recording, not the original." The DJ, Truman, the insurance policy. "I'll handle it personally," I promised. I found Truman setting up in the ballroom, a tall man with a closely cropped beard and headphones around his neck. He looked up as I approached. "You must be Lexi," he said before I could introduce myself, "the coordinator." Something in his tone made me pause. "That's right, and you're Truman." In the flesh. He continued adjusting his equipment. "What can I do for you?" "Just confirming the first dance song. At Last, the remastered version." "Got it right here." He tapped his laptop. "Anything else?" I hesitated, then decided to take a risk. "Actually, I was wondering about the insurance policy." His hands froze over the soundboard. Just for a second, but long enough to confirm my suspicion. "Don't know what you're talking about." $5,000 is a lot for a wedding DJ, I said quietly, even one providing extra services. Truman straightened, looking at me properly for the first time. "Look, I'm just here to play music. Whatever you think you know." "I don't know anything," I interrupted. "Yet, but I'd like to." He glanced around to make sure we were alone. "This isn't a conversation we should have here." "Then where?" "Meet me by the service entrance in 20 minutes." He turned back to his equipment, effectively dismissing me. I walked away, my mind racing. What had I stumbled into? Whatever insurance policy Hallie had purchased from Truman, it wasn't about music. I was checking the ceremony site when Nicole appeared beside me. "Everything okay?" she asked. "You seem distracted." "I'm fine," I lied. "Bullshit." She folded her arms. "I've worked with you on 3 events, Lexi. You're the most focused person I know. Today, you're all over the place." I hesitated. I barely knew Nicole, but I desperately needed someone to talk to. "The bride and groom," I said finally. "They were together while he was engaged to me." Nicole's eyes widened. "Holy shit, and you're still working their wedding? That's either incredibly professional or completely insane." "Probably both." I attempted a smile that felt more like a grimace. "Why put yourself through this?" she asked. I thought about the mysterious texts, the worn wedding band, the insurance policy. "I need answers." Nicole studied me for a moment. "Whatever you're planning, be careful. Revenge has a way of backfiring." "I'm not planning anything," I said automatically. "Right." She clearly didn't believe me. "Well, if you need backup, let me know. I've always had a soft spot for righteous vengeance." I stared at her, surprised. "Why would you help me? You don't even know me." "Let's just say I've been where you are." Something dark flashed in her eyes. "And I wish someone had been in my corner." Before I could respond, my phone buzzed with another text. "Don't trust Truman. He's working both sides. Check the garden shed instead, east side of the property. Go now." I looked up at Nicole, a decision crystallizing in my mind. "Actually, there is something you could help me with." "Name it." "Cover for me for 15 minutes. I need to check something in the garden." Nicole nodded. "Go, I've got this." As I slipped away toward the garden, I realized I'd just gained something unexpected in this mess, an ally. And maybe, just maybe, I was about to discover what Hallie and Stefan were really hiding. The garden shed was tucked behind a row of meticulously trimmed hedges, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see Truman following me, but the path behind me was empty. The only sounds were distant laughter from the cocktail hour and the soft crunch of gravel beneath my feet. The shed door was unlocked. I hesitated, suddenly aware of how crazy this was, sneaking around a wedding venue, following anonymous text messages, hunting for evidence of... what exactly? I didn't even know what I was looking for anymore, but I'd come too far to turn back now. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was musty, thick with the smell of soil and fertilizer. Light filtered through a small, dirty window, illuminating shelves of gardening tools and supplies. Nothing seemed out of place or suspicious, until I noticed a laptop sitting on a workbench in the corner. It was open, but in sleep mode. I tapped the spacebar, and the screen flickered to life. No password prompt. Whoever had left it here hadn't expected anyone to find it. The screen showed a video editing program. Several files were organized in a project folder labeled H&S Wedding. I clicked on one titled Final Cut. The video began to play. It was footage of Stefan in what looked like a hotel room, sitting on the edge of a bed. He was talking to someone off camera, looking nervous. "I can't do this anymore," he was saying. "The lying, the sneaking around, it's killing me." A woman's voice responded, Hallie's voice. "It's just a few more weeks. Once the money clears, we can tell her everything." My heart hammered against my ribs. Tell who everything? Me? And what if she finds out before then? Stefan ran his hands through his hair, his nervous tell. What if she already knows? She doesn't, Hallie sounded confident. Lexi trusts me completely. That's why this works. I felt sick. They were talking about me, about deceiving me. But what money were they waiting for? The video continued, showing more conversations between them, always in hotel rooms, always discussing some plan. In one clip, Stefan held up papers, what looked like bank statements. 300,000, he said, sounding incredulous. All from her family trust, and she has no idea. The room seemed to tilt around me, my family trust, the money my grandparents had left me, which I'd given Stefan access to when we got engaged. The money that had mysteriously underperformed, according to the statements he'd shown me. He hadn't lost my inheritance in bad investments. He'd stolen it, with Hallie's help. The last video in the sequence showed them in bed together, champagne glasses in hand, toasting to freedom. The timestamp showed a date 3 weeks before Stefan disappeared from my life. I was so absorbed in the footage that I didn't hear the shed door open. "I see you found my insurance policy." I whirled around to find Truman standing in the doorway, blocking my exit. "You recorded them," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the adrenaline coursing through me. "Why?" He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. "Same reason anyone creates an insurance policy. Protection." "Against what?" "Against people who might try to screw me over." He nodded toward the laptop. "Like those two." "I don't understand." Truman sighed, leaning against a shelf. "Stefan hired me 6 months ago to scrub some financial records. Said his fiance's family was after him for mismanaging funds. I didn't ask questions, the money was good." "But that wasn't true," I said. "Figured that out when I saw what I was actually erasing. He wasn't protecting himself from your family. He was hiding the transfers he'd been making to offshore accounts." Truman shrugged. "So I kept copies. Started recording their meetings too. Just in case. And now Hallie's paying you to keep quiet. $5,000 a month for the past year." He smiled without humor. "Until she decided it was getting too expensive. Said after the wedding they'd be moving abroad, somewhere without extradition." The pieces clicked into place. The wedding is their cover story. They're running away together, with my money. "Bingo," Truman nodded. "And I'm supposed to accidentally delete all my evidence after getting my final payment tonight. So why tell me? Why lead me here?" His expression hardened. "Because they're planning to pin everything on me if things go south. I heard them discussing it last week. I'm their fall guy." I processed this, my mind racing. "Those texts, they were from you?" "Had to be careful. Didn't know if I could trust you." He gestured to the laptop. "Now you know everything. Question is, what are you going to do about it?" Before I could answer, the shed door burst open again. Nicole stood there, breathless. "There you are! I've been looking everywhere!" She stopped, taking in the scene. "What's going on?" "Show her," I told Truman. He hesitated, then nodded, turning the laptop so Nicole could see. I watched her expression change as she viewed snippets of the footage. Shock, then disgust, then anger. "Those manipulative bastards," she whispered when it was over. "They stole my inheritance," I said, the words feeling strange in my mouth. $300,000, and they're planning to disappear after the wedding. Nicole's eyes met mine. "What do you want to do?" It was the second time someone had asked me that question in the past 5 minutes. This time I had an answer. "I want justice." My voice was calm, determined, and I know exactly how to get it. "The ceremony starts in 30 minutes, Nicole warned. "Perfect." I turned to Truman. "I need a copy of those videos, and I need your help with the sound system during the reception." He raised an eyebrow. "What are you planning?" "Something poetic." I felt a cold clarity settling over me. They used my trust against me. Now I'm going to use their wedding against them. As we left the shed, my phone buzzed with a message from Hallie. "Where are you?" "Ceremony about to start. Need you now." I typed back, "On my way, don't worry, everything's going exactly according to plan. Just not her plan, mine." The ceremony was picture perfect. Hallie glided down the aisle in her custom gown, beaming at Stefan like he was her salvation instead of her partner in crime. Guests dabbed at their eyes, moved by the romance of it all. If only they knew what I now did. I stood at the back, clipboard in hand, the perfect professional. Inside, I was ice and fire, calculating each step of what would come next while rage simmered beneath the surface. Nicole positioned herself near the main entrance, occasionally catching my eye with subtle nods. Truman had disappeared to prepare our technical arrangements for the reception. When Hallie and Stefan sealed their vows with a kiss, I felt nothing. The woman I'd once called my best friend and the man I'd planned to marry were now legally bound to each other, and I was about to bind them to their crimes. As guests moved to the cocktail hour, I slipped away to the bridal suite. I needed 5 minutes alone to steady myself. I hadn't expected to find Fatima waiting for me. "There you are," she said, rising from the small love seat. "I've been looking everywhere for you. Fatima, what are you doing here?" I hadn't seen her arrive. "I couldn't let you go through this alone." She crossed the room and hugged me tightly. "This is insane, Lexi. You need to leave this toxic situation." I pulled back. "I can't. Not yet." "Why not? What could possibly be worth torturing yourself like this?" I hesitated. Fatima had been telling me for months to let go, move on. Would she understand what I'd discovered? What I planned to do? "They stole from me," I said finally. "Not just Stefan and my trust, not just Hallie and our friendship. They literally stole my inheritance. $300,000. Fatima's eyes widened. "What? How?" I explained everything. The videos, the offshore accounts, their plan to disappear after the wedding. With each detail, her expression shifted from shock to outrage. "Those manipulative, thieving—" She stopped herself. "What are you going to do?" "Expose them tonight, during the reception." She studied my face. "And then what?" "What do you mean?" "After you expose them, after you get your revenge, what then?" Her voice softened. "Will it heal you, Lexi? Will it give you back the last year of your life?" I hadn't thought that far ahead. My focus had been so narrow. Gather evidence, create a plan, execute. The after seemed irrelevant. "I don't know," I admitted. "But they can't just get away with this." "No, they can't," she agreed. "But there's a difference between justice and revenge. One heals, the other—" She trailed off. "I need to do this," I insisted. Fatima sighed. "Then I'll be there, whatever happens." A knock at the door interrupted us. Nicole poked her head in. "Sorry to intrude, but we have a situation. Stefan is looking for you, Lexi. Seems urgent." My stomach tightened. "Did he say why?" "No, but he seemed nervous. He's waiting in the library." I glanced at Fatima, who squeezed my hand. "Be careful." The library was a small, wood-paneled room off the main hall. Stefan stood by the window, silhouetted against the fading afternoon light. He turned when I entered. "You found it, didn't you?" No preamble, no pretense. I kept my expression neutral. "Found what?" "Don't play dumb, Lexi. It doesn't suit you." He ran a hand through his hair. "Truman's footage. The financial records. So he knew. Somehow, he knew. How did you figure it out? I asked, not bothering to deny it. Truman's been acting strange all day. Then I saw you two talking and you disappeared together. He stepped closer. What are you planning to do? What do you think I'm going to do, Stefan? You stole my inheritance. You and my best friend conspired behind my back for months. You're planning to flee the country tonight. He flinched at the accuracy of my accusations. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. Oh, how was it supposed to happen? We were going to pay you back. Once we were settled, once the investments matured. Stop lying. My voice cut through his excuses. You never intended to pay me back. You thought I'd never find out. He was quiet for a moment. What do you want? Money? I can get you some of it back. Not all, but... I don't want your blood money, I interrupted. I want justice. By humiliating Hallie on our wedding day? How is that justice? It's a start. Stefan moved suddenly, grabbing my wrist. I can't let you do this. Let go of me. My voice was deadly calm. Not until you listen. There are things you don't understand. Things about Hallie. I understand perfectly. You're both thieves and liars. She'll destroy you if you try this, he hissed. You have no idea what she's capable of. Something in his tone made me pause. Fear. Not of exposure, but of Hallie herself. What are you talking about? Before he could answer, the door opened. Hallie stood there in her wedding gown, a vision in white. Her smile was radiant, but her eyes were cold as they moved from Stefan's hand on my wrist to my face. There you are, darling. Everyone's looking for you. Her voice was honey over steel. The photographer wants some sunset shots? Stefan released me immediately, like a guilty child caught misbehaving. Of course. I was just thanking Lexi for all her hard work today. Hallie's gaze lingered on me. How thoughtful. Though I'm sure Lexi has duties to attend to rather than private conversations with my husband. The emphasis on my husband was subtle but unmistakable. Actually, I said, finding my voice, Stefan was just expressing some concerns about the reception timeline. Was he? Her smile didn't waver. Well, I'm sure you've handled it perfectly, as always. You're nothing if not thorough. The threat in her words was clear only to the three of us. The first dance is scheduled for 8, I said professionally, right after dinner. Perfect. Hallie looped her arm through Stefan's. We'll be ready for our moment in the spotlight. As they left, Stefan glanced back at me, his expression unreadable. Was it a warning? A plea? I couldn't tell. What I did know was that whatever Stefan had been about to tell me about Hallie had frightened him. And now I had to decide, proceed with my plan as intended, or recalibrate based on this new, unsettling dynamic I'd glimpsed between them. The reception was starting. Guests were being seated. And somewhere in the building, Truman was preparing the technical aspects of my revenge. I had minutes to decide whether to pull the trigger or change course entirely. The reception hall glittered with fairy lights and floral arrangements, a perfect backdrop for the perfect couple's perfect day. I moved between tables, checking place cards and centerpieces, the model of efficiency. No one would guess the storm raging inside me. Nicole appeared at my elbow, champagne flute in hand. For appearances, she murmured, passing it to me. You look like you need it. I took a small sip, grateful for the burn in my throat. Stefan knows. What? How? He confronted me in the library. He knows we found the footage. Nicole's eyes widened. Does he know about tonight? He suspects something. I glanced across the room where Stefan and Hallie were greeting guests, their smiles never faltering. But there's something else. Something about Hallie that has him scared. Scared how? I don't know. He tried to warn me, but she interrupted before he could explain. Nicole followed my gaze to the happy couple. So, what's the plan? Still going ahead? The question hung between us. My carefully constructed revenge was primed and ready. Truman had loaded the incriminating videos onto the reception slideshow, set to play during the couple's first dance. One button push, and their perfect facade would shatter in front of everyone they knew. But Stefan's fear nagged at me. What was I missing? I need to talk to Truman, I decided. Where is he? DJ booth. But hurry, dinner's almost over. I made my way to the back of the hall where Truman was adjusting equipment behind his booth. He looked up as I approached. Everything's set, he said before I could speak. Videos will play right after their first dance starts. Remote trigger is under the booth if you want to do the honors. Wait, I said. I need to know something first. In all your surveillance, did you ever see Hallie threaten Stefan? Did she have leverage over him somehow? Truman's expression shifted subtly. Why do you ask? Something Stefan said. He seemed afraid of her. Truman hesitated, then reached for his laptop. There was one conversation I didn't include in what I showed you. Didn't seem relevant to the money situation. He pulled up a video file and turned the screen toward me. It showed Hallie and Stefan in what looked like a heated argument. I don't care if you're having second thoughts, Hallie was saying, her voice ice cold. We're too far in to back out now. This isn't what I signed up for, Stefan replied. The money, fine. But I never agreed to... To what? Say it. Hallie stepped closer to him. You never agreed to what exactly? Stefan seemed to shrink before her. You know what? If you back out now, I'll make sure everyone knows what really happened to your brother. Hallie's voice was barely above a whisper. How you were driving that night, how you left the scene, how you let him take the blame even after he died. My breath caught. Stefan's younger brother had died in a car accident 2 years ago. The official story was that he'd been driving drunk and crashed. Stefan had been devastated. You wouldn't, Stefan said in the video. Try me. Hallie's smile was chilling. Now pull yourself together. We have a wedding to plan. The video ended, leaving me stunned. This wasn't just about money. This was blackmail. When was this recorded? I asked. About 2 months before your breakup, Truman said. There were other conversations like this. She has something on him, something big enough to keep him in line. I felt sick. The Stefan I'd known, or thought I'd known, would never have left his brother to die. But if it was true... Does this change your plan? Truman asked. Before I could answer, the MC's voice boomed through the speakers, announcing dinner was concluding, and the first dance would begin shortly. I don't know, I admitted. This complicates things. How? They still stole your money. They still betrayed you. Yes, but... I stopped, uncertain how to articulate the shift I was feeling. Fatima appeared beside us, slightly breathless. There you are. Hallie's looking for you. Something about the cake-cutting schedule. I'll be right there. Lexi, Fatima's voice dropped. Whatever you're planning, do it because it's right, not because you're hurt. She squeezed my arm and disappeared back into the crowd. I turned back to Truman. Give me a few minutes. I need to talk to Hallie first. You're going to warn her? He looked incredulous. No, I'm going to give her one chance to explain, to make this right. That's a mistake, he warned. She'll manipulate you like she does everyone else. Maybe. I straightened my shoulders. But I need to look her in the eye before I destroy her life. I found Hallie in a small anteroom, adjusting her veil before the first dance. She was alone, a rare moment without her entourage. There you are, she said, seeing me in the mirror. Is it time? Almost. I closed the door behind me. We need to talk first. She turned, her expression curious. About what? About the $300,000 you and Stefan stole from me. The change was instantaneous. Her smile vanished, replaced by something cold and calculating. She didn't bother denying it. So you know. She sighed, as if I'd discovered a minor inconvenience rather than a felony. I wondered if you'd figure it out. Why, Hallie? I thought we were friends. Best friends. We were, she shrugged. But friendship doesn't pay for the life I want. And blackmailing Stefan about his brother's death? Was that just business too? That got a reaction, a flicker of surprise before her mask returned. You have been busy, Truman, I assume? I knew he couldn't be trusted. Did Stefan really leave his brother to die? I needed to know. Does it matter? She stepped closer. What matters is what happens next. What do you want, Lexi? Money? I can write you a check right now. I want the truth, all of it, before I decide what happens during your first dance. Understanding dawned in her eyes. You've planned something. She laughed, a sound devoid of humor. Of course you have, always so thorough. She reached for her clutch and pulled out her phone. Before you do anything rash, you should see this. She tapped the screen and handed it to me. It was a video of me entering the garden shed earlier today, followed by footage of me and Truman discussing our plan for the reception. I had my own insurance policy, Hallie said softly. Did you really think I wouldn't be watching you, that I'd leave anything to chance? My stomach dropped. What do you want? Walk away, right now. Leave the wedding. Delete whatever evidence you think you have, and never contact either of us again. Her voice hardened. Or I release this to everyone, showing how the pathetic, jilted ex-fiancé tried to ruin our wedding out of spite. That's not what happened, and you know it. It's what everyone will believe. She took back her phone. You have until the first dance to decide. Choose wisely. The door opened and Stefan appeared. They're waiting for us, he said, his eyes darting between Hallie and me. Perfect timing, Hallie smiled, all warmth and joy again. Lexi and I were just finishing up. As they left, Stefan caught my eye, his expression a silent plea I couldn't decipher. I stood alone in the anteroom, the walls closing in. Hallie had outplayed me again. Or had she? Maybe there was still a way to expose the truth without destroying myself in the process. The music for the first dance began to swell. I had seconds to decide. The first dance had begun. Hallie and Stefan swayed in the center of the ballroom, bathed in soft spotlight as Etta James's voice filled the air. Guests circled them, phones raised to capture the perfect moment. I stood at the edge of the crowd, the remote trigger heavy in my palm. Hallie caught my eye over Stefan's shoulder and smiled, the smile of someone who believed they'd won. Maybe she had. Her counter-blackmail was clean, simple, and devastating. If I exposed them, she'd destroy what remained of my reputation. But something about her confidence didn't sit right. She'd been too quick to show her hand, too eager to neutralize me, almost as if she feared what I might do. Nicole appeared beside me. What's happening? Truman says you're having second thoughts. Hallie has footage of us planning this, I whispered. She's threatening to release it if I go through with it. Shit! Nicole glanced at the dancing couple. So we're backing off? I watched Stefan's face as he danced with his bride. He looked hollow, going through the motions. A man trapped. No, I decided. We're changing tactics. I handed Nicole the remote trigger. Find Fatima. Tell her to be ready by the main exit in 5 minutes. What are you going to do? Something I should have done from the beginning. Tell the truth. Before she could respond, I walked directly toward the dance floor. Guests parted, perhaps sensing my determination. I tapped the groom on the shoulder, interrupting the perfect first dance. May I cut in? I asked, my voice carrying in the sudden hush. Stefan froze. Hallie's eyes widened in alarm. Lexi, don't, she started. It's tradition, isn't it? I continued, my voice steady. For the maid of honor to dance with the groom? Confusion rippled through the crowd. I wasn't the maid of honor. I wasn't even a bridesmaid. Of course, Stefan said finally, releasing Hallie. One dance. Hallie grabbed his arm. Stefan, no. But it was too late. The guests were watching, murmuring. Any protest would seem strange, suspicious. Just one dance, I assured her, my smile mirroring the one she'd given me earlier. What harm could it do? Stefan took my hand, and we began to dance as Hallie retreated to the edge of the circle, her perfect composure finally cracking. What are you doing? Stefan whispered as we moved across the floor. Getting answers, I replied. Did you kill your brother? His step faltered. What? No? Is that what she told you? She said you were driving the night he died, that you let him take the blame. Pain flashed across his face. I wasn't driving. But I was there. I was supposed to be the designated driver, but I'd been drinking too. When the accident happened, I panicked and ran. By the time I came back with help, he was gone. So she's blackmailing you with the truth that you abandoned him? That, and she fabricated evidence that I was driving, doctored photos, fake witness statements, enough to convince the police to reopen the case if she released it. The pieces clicked into place. That's why you disappeared. Why you went along with stealing my money. She had you cornered. I'm not innocent, Lexi, his voice cracked. I was a coward that night, and I've been a coward ever since. I let her manipulate me into betraying you, into marrying her. I deserve whatever comes next. The song was ending. I had seconds to decide. Do you have access to the offshore accounts? I asked. Yes, joint access. The money's still there, most of it. And if I expose everything tonight? She'll destroy us both. His eyes met mine. But maybe that's what I deserve. The final notes of the song faded. Applause broke out around us. I stepped back from Stefan, my decision made. Thank you for the dance, I said loudly enough for nearby guests to hear. Then quieter. I'm sorry about your brother. I walked directly to the DJ booth where Truman waited, Hallie's eyes burning into my back. Nicole and Fatima had positioned themselves by the exits as instructed. Change of plans, I told Truman. Do you have a microphone? He handed me one, confusion evident on his face. What about the videos? Not yet. I took a deep breath. I need to say something first. I stepped onto the small platform beside his booth. The microphone feedback cut through the chatter and the room fell silent. I'd like to make a toast, I announced. Hallie was pushing through the crowd toward me, panic in her eyes. Too late. For those who don't know me, my name is Lexi. I was supposed to marry Stefan last year. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Instead, I'm here tonight as the wedding coordinator for his marriage to my former best friend. The room was utterly silent now, every eye on me. I wanted to share a story about friendship and trust. My voice was clear, steady. About how Hallie helped me plan my wedding to Stefan, all while they were having an affair behind my back. Gasps and whispers erupted. Hallie had reached the edge of the platform, her face contorted with rage. But that's not even the most interesting part of their love story, I continued. The most interesting part is how they stole $300,000 from my inheritance, how they planned to flee the country tonight with my money, and how Hallie blackmailed Stefan into going along with it by threatening to frame him for his brother's death. The room exploded in shocked exclamations. Stefan stood motionless in the center of the dance floor, his face unreadable. Lies! Hallie screamed, lunging for the microphone. She's delusional, obsessed with my husband. Am I? I stepped back, nodding to Truman. Then perhaps we should let everyone see the evidence. The lights dimmed, the projector screen descended, and there, in high definition for all their guests to see, was Hallie in a hotel room, counting cash and laughing about how easy it had been to manipulate me. 300,000, her voice echoed through the speakers. And the stupid bitch has no idea. What followed was a carefully edited montage. Hallie and Stefan discussing their plan to steal my money, their scheme to disappear after the wedding, and finally Hallie's blackmail about Stefan's brother. When the lights came back up, the room was in chaos. Some guests were leaving in disgust. Others were filming on their phones. In the corner, I spotted two of Stefan's relatives who worked in law enforcement, their expressions grim as they approached the couple. Hallie turned to me, her beautiful face twisted with hatred. You think you've won? I'll destroy you for this. I held up my phone, showing her the screen. It was recording. More evidence? I asked quietly. Or should I play the video where you just threatened me again? For the first time, I saw real fear in her eyes. It's over, Hallie, I said. The truth is out. All of it. As security began escorting her away from me, she made one last desperate lunge, knocking a champagne tower to the floor in a spectacular crash of glass and liquid. In the chaos that followed, I felt a hand on my arm. Fatima. Time to go, she said gently. You've done what you came to do. As we walked toward the exit, Stefan called my name. I turned to see him standing alone amid the wreckage of his wedding, looking lost. I'm sorry, he said simply. I nodded once, acknowledging but not absolving. Then I walked away, leaving behind the shattered remains of what had once been the most important relationships in my life. Outside in the cool night air, surrounded by Nicole and Fatima, I finally let myself breathe. The weight I'd carried for so long began to lift. Not completely, some burdens leave permanent marks, but enough to feel like I could move forward. "What now?" Nicole asked. I looked up at the stars, bright and clear above us. "Now I start over." The police station hummed with fluorescent lights and hushed conversations. I sat on an uncomfortable plastic chair, my event coordinator outfit wrinkled from the night's chaos. It was nearly 3 a.m., but sleep felt impossible. "Ms. Tucker?" A detective approached, notepad in hand. "We're almost finished with your statement, just a few more questions." I nodded, exhaustion seeping into my bones. For hours, I'd recounted every detail: the stolen inheritance, the blackmail, the elaborate wedding scheme. The detective had listened with professional detachment, occasionally asking for clarification. "The offshore accounts Mr. Webb mentioned," she said. "Do you have any documentation of those?" "Truman has copies of everything," I replied. "He's been cooperating with your colleagues." She made a note. "And you're certain you want to press charges? Against both of them?" The question hung in the air. Despite everything, some small part of me hesitated. These were people I had once loved deeply. "Yes," I said finally. "I'm certain," she nodded. "We'll be in touch. You're free to go for now." Outside, dawn was breaking over the city. Fatima waited in her car, head resting against the window. She startled awake when I opened the passenger door. "Hey," she said, blinking sleep from her eyes. "How did it go?" "As well as could be expected." I buckled my seatbelt. "They're both in custody. Hallie for fraud and blackmail, Stefan as an accessory." "Good," she squeezed my hand. "I'm proud of you." We drove in silence through the empty streets. Not toward my apartment, I realized, but toward the beach. "Why are we going to the shore?" I asked. "Because you need it." Fatima glanced at me. "Some things can only be processed with your toes in the sand." The beach was deserted at this hour, the tide low and retreating. We kicked off our shoes and walked along the wet sand, the cold water occasionally lapping at our ankles. The horizon was a watercolor of pinks and oranges, beautiful in its impermanence. "I keep thinking about what happens next," I said, breaking our silence. "The trial, the publicity, everyone knowing what happened." "Are you worried about that?" I considered the question. "Strangely, no. I spent so long hiding the truth, from others, from myself. There's something freeing about everything being in the open. And the money? The detective thinks they can recover most of it. The accounts were frozen as soon as they were identified." I dug my toes into the wet sand. "But honestly, I don't care as much about that as I thought I would." "No, it's just money. What I really lost was trust, faith in my own judgment." I looked out at the horizon. "That's harder to get back." Fatima nodded, "but not impossible." We walked further down the beach, the rising sun warming our backs. A text message chimed on my phone. Nicole, checking in. I'd only known her a day, yet she'd stood beside me through everything. Some connections form in minutes that others can't build in years. "You know what's strange?" I said, typing a quick reply to Nicole. "I keep waiting to feel vindicated, triumphant, but mostly I just feel sad." "That makes sense," Fatima replied. "You didn't just lose a fiancé and a friend, you lost your vision of the future, your trust in people. That's worth grieving." We reached a small tidal pool where tiny fish darted between rocks, life continuing in its small, determined way despite the changing tides. Royal, my therapist, once told me that healing isn't about erasing what happened, I said. It's about integrating it into your story in a way that doesn't define you. Wise words. I didn't understand them until now. I looked back at our footprints in the sand, already being erased by the incoming tide. I don't want this betrayal to be the thing that defines me. So what will define you instead? The question hung between us as we turned back toward the parking lot. What would define me now? Not victimhood, not revenge, not even justice. I said slowly, I want to be defined by how I rebuild, by who I choose to trust and how I choose to love after knowing how much it can hurt. As we approached Fatima's car, I noticed a figure waiting nearby. Truman, looking as exhausted as I felt. "The police finished with you?" I asked as we reached him. He nodded. "For now. They'll need us both for the trial." "Thank you," I said, "for everything." "Don't thank me yet." He handed me a flash drive. "There's something you should see, something I held back." I took it, wary. "More evidence?" "A different kind. Watch it alone." His eyes were serious. "It might change how you feel about everything." After Truman left, Fatima drove me home. I clutched the flash drive, curious and apprehensive. "Want me to stay while you watch it?" she asked as we pulled up to my apartment. I shook my head. "I need to do this part alone." Inside, I plugged the drive into my laptop. A single video file appeared. I clicked play, bracing myself. It was Stefan, sitting alone in what looked like a hotel room, recording himself. "Lexi, if you're watching this, it means everything has fallen apart." His voice was steady, but his eyes were red-rimmed. "I recorded this as insurance, in case something happened to me, but also as a confession." He explained everything, how he'd discovered Hallie had been embezzling from my accounts months before he disappeared, how he'd confronted her and been ensnared in her blackmail scheme, how he'd agreed to the fake relationship to try to recover my money from inside. "I failed you," he said simply. "I thought I could outsmart her, protect you, and fix everything. Instead, I became part of the problem. I don't expect forgiveness. I just wanted you to know that I never stopped loving you, even when I had to pretend I did." The video ended. I sat in silence, tears streaming down my face. Not for the relationship I'd lost, that was truly gone, but for the complexity of human weakness, for the ways fear can corrupt even love. I closed my laptop and walked to the window. The morning sun illuminated the city, people beginning their days unaware of how lives could shatter and reform overnight. My phone buzzed with a text from Nicole. "Breakfast tomorrow? I know a place that serves healing in waffle form." I smiled through my tears and typed back, "Yes, I'd like that." Then I opened my contacts and scrolled to Royal's number. It was time to schedule a session, not to process my betrayal anymore, but to begin the harder, more important work of rebuilding trust, starting with myself. The flash drive sat on my desk, a small repository of complicated truths. I wouldn't delete it, but I wouldn't watch it again either. Some chapters need to be acknowledged but not revisited. I opened my bedroom window, letting in the fresh morning air. For the first time in over a year, I felt the weight of betrayal lifting, not gone, but transformed into something I could carry without being crushed. I was not defined by what they had done to me. I was defined by what I would do next, and I was ready to find out exactly what that would be.
I knew something was wrong the moment I saw Neil's phone light up on the nightstand. 3 rapid texts, all from Lily. At 2:17 a.m., I lay perfectly still, listening to Neil's steady breathing beside me, fighting the urge to reach over and read whatever my best friend needed to tell my fiancé in the middle of the night. Instead, I stared at the ceiling, counting the shadows until morning came. "You're up early," Neil mumbled, finding me at the kitchen counter, already on my second cup of coffee. His hair was tousled in that way I used to find endearing. Now it just reminded me he hadn't showered after Lily's party last night. "Couldn't sleep." I watched him over the rim of my mug. "How'd you like the party?" He shrugged, not meeting my eyes as he reached for the coffee pot. "It was fine. Lily always throws good parties. You two seemed to be having an intense conversation by the pool." I kept my voice casual, hating how I suddenly sounded like every suspicious girlfriend I'd ever rolled my eyes at. Neil's hand paused mid-pour. Just for a second. "Just work stuff. She wanted advice about the Harrington account. The Harrington account." "Right. Because my marketing executive fiancé would naturally have insights for my event planner best friend about her clients." I nodded and smiled, feeling something cold and heavy settle in my stomach. "I'm heading to the gym," he said, abandoning his half-poured coffee. "Promised Derek I'd meet him for racquetball." On Sunday morning, I asked, but he was already halfway to the bedroom. Best time to get a court, he called back. 20 minutes later, I watched from our apartment window as Neil pulled out of the parking garage. He turned left. The gym was right. I called Sophia. He's lying to me, I said when she picked up. Camilla, it's not even 8. What are we talking about? Sophia's voice was thick with sleep. Neil, he said he's going to the gym with Derek, but he drove in the opposite direction. And Lily was texting him at 2 in the morning. Maybe Derek's picking him up somewhere else, Sophia yawned. And Lily texts everyone at weird hours. You know how she gets when she's been drinking. I paced our living room, past the engagement photos and the save-the-date samples we still needed to choose between. Something feels off. They were whispering together all night, and when I walked up, they stopped talking immediately. You sound paranoid, Sophia said gently. Neil adores you, and Lily's been your best friend since college. You're just stressed about the wedding. I wanted to believe her. 6 years together, 2 years planning this wedding. Neil was the guy who brought me soup when I was sick and remembered my mother's birthday when I forgot. Lily was the friend who held my hair back during food poisoning and stayed up all night helping me finish presentations. You're right, I said finally. I'm being crazy. But after hanging up, I found myself opening Instagram, scrolling back through photos from last night's party. There, a candid shot someone had posted of the backyard. In the background, Neil and Lily stood close together, his hand on the small of her back, her head tilted up toward him, laughing at something he'd said. His hand was never on my back like that anymore. I zoomed in until the image pixelated, searching for clues in their expressions. Was I imagining the intimacy there? The way her body angled toward his? The way his fingers splayed possessively against the fabric of her dress? My phone buzzed with a text from Neil. Grabbing breakfast with Derek after, back around noon. I stared at the message, remembering how Neil had claimed just last weekend that he couldn't stand breakfast places because they were always too crowded. I typed back, "Have fun. Love you." He responded with a thumbs up emoji. Not "love you too." Not even "thanks." A thumbs up. I set my phone down and walked to our closet, pushing past Neil's suits until I found the shirt he'd worn last night, tossed in the hamper. I lifted it to my face, inhaling deeply. Beneath the familiar scent of his cologne was something else, a floral perfume I recognized instantly. Lily wore it every day, had for years. It's nothing, I whispered to myself. They hugged goodbye. That's all. But as I stood there, clutching his shirt, I remembered other things. How Neil had started password protecting his phone 3 months ago. How Lily had been cancelling our weekly coffee dates. How they both seemed to find reasons to check their phones whenever we were all together. My engagement ring caught the morning light, sending prisms dancing across the wall. 6 years. My best friend since college. I'd trusted them both with everything. My phone buzzed again. Lily this time. Brunch tomorrow. Need to talk about your bachelorette party. I stared at her message, at the excessive exclamation point, and felt something inside me crack. Whatever was happening, I couldn't ignore it anymore. The whisper of doubt had become a scream. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Neil's hand on Lily's back, felt the weight of all the small betrayals I'd been ignoring. By morning, I was hollow-eyed and electric with dread. You look terrible, Neil said, buttoning his shirt for work. Did you sleep at all? Not really. I watched him in the mirror, searching his face for... what? Guilt? Some crack in his perfect mask? I was thinking about meeting Lily for lunch today. His fingers fumbled on a button. Oh, I thought you had that client presentation. Rescheduled, I lied, watching his reflection carefully. Why? Is there some reason I shouldn't see Lily? Neil turned, his expression smoothing into something carefully neutral. Of course not. Tell her I said hi. I nodded, smiling as though everything was normal. As though I hadn't spent the night cataloguing every suspicious moment from the past few months. As though I wasn't planning to skip my presentation to follow him during his lunch meeting today. After Neil left, I called my office and actually did reschedule my presentation, claiming food poisoning. Then I changed into jeans and a baseball cap, my pathetic attempt at a disguise, and drove to Neil's office building. I felt ridiculous sitting in my car in the parking garage, like I'd stumbled into someone else's life. This wasn't me. I didn't spy on people I loved. I didn't skip work to sit in a hot car, watching the elevator bank through tinted windows. At 12:15, Neil emerged, checking his watch before walking briskly toward the street. I waited until he was half a block away, before following on foot, keeping my distance as he turned corners and waited at crosswalks. He led me to Emilio's, an intimate Italian place we'd discovered together last year. My stomach clenched as he approached a table on the patio where Lily already sat waiting, sunglasses perched on her head, looking effortlessly beautiful as always. I ducked behind a newspaper stand, watching as Neil bent to kiss her cheek. No, not her cheek. Her mouth. A brief, casual kiss, the kind exchanged between people who've kissed 100 times before. The world tilted sideways. I gripped the metal stand to keep from falling, my knuckles white, my breath coming in short, painful gasps. A passing stranger asked if I was okay. I nodded mechanically, unable to form words. They were laughing now, heads bent close together over the menu. Neil's hand covered hers on the table, not hidden, not secretive. They weren't even trying to be discreet. How many people had seen them like this? How long had I been the only one who didn't know? I couldn't watch anymore. Couldn't stand there while my life unraveled in public. I turned and walked blindly back toward my car, tears blurring my vision. Back home, I paced our apartment, touching our shared possessions, photo frames, coffee mugs, the throw blanket we'd bought together in Mexico. Everything suddenly felt like evidence of an elaborate lie. When my phone buzzed with a text from Lily, "Can't wait for brunch tomorrow. XO." Something inside me snapped. I grabbed my keys and drove straight to her apartment. She answered the door in yoga pants and one of Neil's old college t-shirts. I recognized it immediately. I'd slept in it myself countless times. "Camilla." Her smile faltered when she saw my face. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "Can I come in?" My voice sounded strange, distant. "Of course." She stepped back, concern etched across her features. Such perfect, practiced concern. I walked into her apartment, the place where we'd had countless wine nights, where we'd cried over breakups and celebrated promotions, where she'd helped me plan my engagement party to the man she was now sleeping with. "I saw you," I said simply, turning to face her. "Today, at Emilio's." The colour drained from Lily's face. For a moment she looked genuinely stricken. Then her expression shifted, hardened into something I'd never seen before. "I was going to tell you," she said quietly. "When?" My voice cracked. "After the wedding, on my anniversary. When exactly were you planning to mention you're fucking my fiancé?" She flinched at my words but didn't deny them. "It's not what you think, Camilla. It's not just some fling. What is it then?" I was shaking now, rage and grief colliding inside me like storm fronts. "We're in love." She said it simply, as if those 3 words could possibly justify everything. I laughed, a harsh, broken sound. "Love? You betrayed me in the worst possible way, and you want to dress it up as love?" "It just happened," Lily said, tears welling in her eyes. "We tried to fight it. We never wanted to hurt you." "How long?" I demanded. She looked away. 8 months. 8 months. While I'd been tasting wedding cakes and addressing save the dates. While she'd been helping me choose my wedding dress. "Does everyone know?" My voice was barely audible now. "Am I the only one who didn't see it?" "No one knows," she insisted. "We've been careful." Not careful enough to avoid kissing in public. Not careful enough to keep me from discovering their betrayal. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I know that doesn't help, but I am." I looked at her. Really looked at her. Searching for any trace of the friend I'd trusted with everything. All I saw was a stranger wearing my best friend's face. "You're right," I said finally. "It doesn't help." I turned to leave, but paused at the door. You know what the worst part is? I would have done anything for you, both of you. As I walked to my car, a strange calm settled over me. The shock and pain were still there, but beneath them, something else was taking root. A cold, clear purpose. They had destroyed my life without a second thought. Now I would return the favor. I spent 3 days in a hotel room, ignoring calls from both Neil and Lily. My phone buzzed constantly with their messages. First confused, then concerned, finally desperate. I read each one with detached fascination, like studying specimens under glass. The evolution of liars caught in their own web. On the 4th day, I went home. Our apartment felt both familiar and foreign, like revisiting a childhood home now occupied by strangers. Neil wasn't there, at work, or maybe with her. I didn't care. I needed clothes, my laptop, and space to think. I was packing a larger suitcase when the door opened. "Camilla." Neil stood in the doorway, his face haggard. "Thank God, I've been worried sick." "Have you?" I continued folding clothes, not looking at him. "Where have you been?" "I called hospitals. I filed a missing persons report." "How thoughtful." I placed another sweater in my suitcase. "Did you check Lily's place?" "Oh, wait, you probably did. Multiple times." He went very still. "What are you talking about?" I finally looked up, meeting his eyes. "I saw you, at Emilio's, kissing her." Neil's face crumpled, not with shame or remorse, but with relief. "So you know." "Yes, I know. 8 months, right? That's what Lily said." He sat heavily on the edge of the bed. "We were going to tell you after—" "After what?" I snapped. "After the wedding? Were you planning to object dramatically at the ceremony, or just keep fucking my best friend behind my back indefinitely?" "It wasn't supposed to happen like this," he said, running his hands through his hair. "We never meant to hurt you. Yet here we are." I zipped my suitcase with a decisive snap. "I'm staying with Sophia for a while. I'll come get the rest of my things later." "Camilla, please." He reached for my arm. "Can we talk about this? We owe each other that much." I jerked away from his touch. "We don't owe each other anything anymore. You made sure of that." As I wheeled my suitcase toward the door, Neil called after me. "I still care about you." "We both do." I paused, not turning around. "Tell Lily she can keep the t-shirt. It looks better on her anyway." I spent the next week on Sophia's couch, cycling through grief, rage, and humiliation. I called in sick to work, ignored more messages from Neil and Lily, and drank too much wine, while Sophia patiently listened to me dissect every moment of betrayal I could remember. "You need to eat something besides ice cream," Sophia said, setting a plate of actual food in front of me. "And maybe shower. No offense, but you're starting to ripen." I glared at her but took the plate. I'm allowed to wallow. My fiancé and best friend destroyed my life. "They're garbage people," Sophia agreed, "but you can't let them destroy you too." She was right, of course, but knowing that didn't make it easier to function. Every morning I woke up with the same hollow ache, the same questions spinning through my mind. How had I missed the signs? Who else knew? How long would I have remained oblivious if I hadn't seen Neil's phone that night? On day 9 of my self-imposed exile, Emma called. "I heard what happened," she said when I answered. "I'm so sorry, Camilla." Emma had been friends with both Lily and me since college. The 3 of us had been inseparable once. "How did you find out?" I asked, suddenly alert. "Did Lily tell you?" "No." Emma hesitated. "Neil did. He called asking if I knew where you were staying." "And what did you tell him?" "Nothing. I wouldn't do that to you." She paused. "But Camilla, there's something you should know. About Lily." My heart rate quickened. "What?" "She's been seeing someone else too. Someone besides Neil." I sat up straight. "What? Who?" "Terrence, her boss." The information hit me like a physical blow. Terence was married with 2 kids. He was also directly responsible for Lily's recent promotion. "How do you know this?" I demanded. "I saw them together at the Westbrook last month, in one of those private dining rooms." Emma's voice lowered. They definitely weren't discussing work events. My mind raced. If Lily was sleeping with Terence too, did Neil know? Was their love just another one of Lily's manipulations? "Thank you for telling me," I said, a plan already forming. After hanging up, I opened my laptop and created a new document. At the top, I typed, Operation Karma. "What are you doing?" Sophia asked, peering over my shoulder. "Planning." I began making a list of everything I knew about Lily. Her schedule, her passwords, she'd used the same one for everything since college, her secrets and insecurities. "Planning what exactly?" I looked up at Sophia, feeling truly focused for the first time in days. They took everything from me, my relationship, my best friend, my trust, my future. They don't get to just walk away from that. "Camilla," Sophia's voice held a warning. "I'm not going to hurt anyone," I assured her. "I'm just going to make sure they experience consequences. Real ones." "And how exactly do you plan to do that?" I thought about Lily's carefully curated image at work, about Neil's family, who still didn't know what he'd done, about Terence's wife, who deserved to know who she was married to. "By telling the truth," I said simply, "in the right places, at the right times." I turned back to my laptop, adding another item to my list. Terence's wife's contact information. For the first time since seeing Neil and Lily together, I felt something other than pain, something that burned brighter, cleaner, something that would get me out of bed tomorrow morning. Purpose. I started small. A casual email to Lily's entire office about a surprise birthday gathering for Terence, at his home address, during a time his wife would definitely be there. I signed it from Lily's email, which wasn't difficult. I still knew all her passwords. "This is petty," Sophia said, watching me hit send, "and possibly illegal." "It's just a party invitation," I replied, closing my laptop. "Not my fault if it causes an awkward situation." But we both knew that was exactly my intention. I returned to work the next day, ignoring the pitying glances from co-workers who'd clearly heard about my broken engagement. I smiled through meetings, nodded at appropriate moments, and pretended I wasn't constantly checking my phone for updates. Emma called that evening. "Whatever you did, it worked," she said without preamble. "Terence's wife showed up at the office today. There was a massive scene in the lobby." I felt a rush of vindication. "What happened?" She confronted him in front of everyone, screaming about how she found hotel receipts. Then she saw Lily and went ballistic. Security had to escort her out. Emma paused. "Lily's been crying in the bathroom all afternoon." I should have felt triumphant. Instead, I felt oddly hollow. "Did she get fired?" "No, but she's on thin ice. Terence is claiming it was all a misunderstanding, but HR is involved now." Emma hesitated. "Camilla, are you sure about this? Revenge won't undo what happened." "I'm not trying to undo anything," I said. "I'm just making sure they face consequences." But after hanging up, I stared at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. The woman looking back at me had shadows under her eyes and a hardness to her mouth that hadn't been there before. Was this who I wanted to become? Someone who took pleasure in others' pain? My phone buzzed with a text from Neil. "I know what you did. We need to talk." I ignored it, but an hour later, my doorbell rang. I peered through the peephole to see Neil standing in the hallway, looking grim. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. "You can't just show up here," I said. "You won't answer my calls." He pushed past me into the apartment. "What the hell were you thinking, Camilla? Sending that email could cost Lily her job. That's rich coming from you," I snapped. "You're worried about her job. What about our relationship, our future? Did you think about that before you started sleeping with her?" Neil ran a hand through his hair. "What we did was wrong, I know that. But this calculated revenge, this isn't you." You don't know who I am anymore. I crossed my arms. And whose fault is that? Lily's devastated. Her reputation at work is ruined. Good. Neil stared at me like I was a stranger. Do you even hear yourself? You're enjoying her pain. The way you two enjoyed deceiving me. I stepped closer. Tell me, Neil, did you laugh about it together? Poor clueless Camilla, planning her wedding while her fiancé fucks her best friend. It wasn't like that, he said quietly. We hated ourselves for hurting you. Not enough to stop. We stood in tense silence, the ruins of our relationship scattered between us like broken glass. What do you want, Camilla? Neil finally asked. An apology? We've both apologized. Repeatedly. What will it take for you to move on? Move on? I laughed bitterly. It's been 2 weeks since my entire life imploded. You don't get to dictate my timeline for moving on. So you're just going to keep trying to destroy us? Will that make you feel better? I didn't have an answer. Would it make me feel better? The email to Terrence's wife had brought momentary satisfaction, but the hollow feeling afterward suggested otherwise. Just leave, I said, suddenly exhausted. Go back to Lily. Console her. Tell her how unreasonable I'm being. After Neil left, I called Sophia, needing a voice of reason. Am I becoming a terrible person? I asked when she picked up. You're becoming a hurt person, she replied. There's a difference. Neil thinks I'm enjoying their pain. Are you? I considered the question honestly. Not exactly, I need them to understand what they did, how it feels to have your world turned upside down. And then what? Sophia asked gently. After they understand, what happens next? I had no answer. The next morning, I woke to 3 missed calls from an unknown number. When it rang again, I answered. Is this Camilla? A woman's voice, unfamiliar. Yes, who's this? Rebecca Burke, Terrence's wife. Her voice was steady, controlled. I think we should meet. My heart raced. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I know you sent that email, she said, and I want to thank you. I sat up straight. Thank me? I've suspected Terrence was cheating for months. You gave me the proof I needed. She paused. I have information about Lily and Neil that you might want to hear. Things my husband let slip. My plan had been simple. Cause trouble, make them hurt, move on. But Rebecca's call suggested there were deeper currents I hadn't considered. When and where? I asked. As I wrote down the details for our meeting, I felt a shift in my perspective. This wasn't just about petty revenge anymore. There were larger truths waiting to be uncovered. Truths that might change everything. For better or worse, I was going to find them. Rebecca Burke was nothing like I'd imagined. I'd pictured a fragile, devastated woman, a mirror of my own recent brokenness. Instead, the woman who slid into the booth across from me radiated composed fury. Her manicured nails tapped methodically against her coffee cup as she studied me. You're younger than I expected, she said. You're calmer than I expected, I replied, a thin smile. 15 years of marriage to Terrence taught me to control my reactions. Public meltdowns are a luxury I only allow myself on special occasions. Like confronting her husband at his workplace, I felt a flicker of respect. You said you had information, I prompted. Rebecca took a deliberate sip of her coffee. First, I want to understand what you're after. Revenge? Closure? Something else? I hesitated, unsure how to articulate what drove me. I want them to face consequences, real ones, not just feeling bad while they continue their relationship. And then what? Once they've suffered appropriately, what happens next? It was the same question Sophia had asked. I still didn't have a good answer. I haven't thought that far ahead, I admitted. Rebecca nodded as if I'd confirmed something. Here's what I know. Lily and Terrence have been involved for nearly a year, but Neil has only been part of the picture for about 5 months. I frowned. That doesn't make sense. Lily told me 8 months. She lied. Rebecca's voice was flat. Terrence keeps detailed records of his affairs, hotel receipts, dinner dates, gifts. He thinks I don't know about his private email account. She smiled thinly. Men can be remarkably predictable. My mind raced. If Neil and Lily had only been together 5 months, not 8. There's more, Rebecca continued. According to Terence, Lily approached Neil initially because of his connection to Edward George. The name hit me like a physical blow. Edward? From Pinnacle Investments? Rebecca nodded. Terence's company has been courting Pinnacle as a client for months. Edward is the decision-maker. Apparently, Lily discovered Neil knew him and saw an opportunity. I sat back, stunned. Edward was an acquaintance of Neil's from business school. They occasionally met for drinks. I'd met him once at a networking event. He'd seemed pleasant but unremarkable. Are you saying Lily pursued Neil because of a business connection? That's what Terence believes. Rebecca shrugged. Whether Neil knows he's being used is another question. The cafe around us continued its normal rhythm. Baristas calling out orders, customers typing on laptops, while my world tilted on its axis yet again. Why are you telling me this? I finally asked. Because I'm filing for divorce, and I want Terence to lose everything. Her calm facade cracked slightly, revealing the rage beneath. Including the Pinnacle account, I thought you might want to help. I stared at her. How? Edward George? You could warn him about what's happening, about how he's being manipulated. The suggestion hung between us, tempting in its simplicity. One conversation with Edward could unravel everything Lily had built. I'll think about it, I said. Rebecca slid a business card across the table. My private number. Let me know what you decide. After she left, I sat alone, turning her card over in my fingers. The information she'd shared had shifted something fundamental in my understanding. This wasn't just about betrayal anymore. It was about calculation, strategy. Lily hadn't fallen helplessly in love with Neil. She'd targeted him, and I'd been collateral damage. I was still sitting there when Sophia called. Where are you? She asked. I thought we were meeting at my place. Something came up. I'll tell you later. I hesitated. Sophia, do you think I'm obsessing over this too much? Honestly, yes. Her voice softened. It's been almost 3 weeks, Camilla. You haven't gone a single day without mentioning Neil or Lily, or some new revenge plan. They destroyed my life, I said, the familiar justification rising automatically. No, they ended your relationship, there's a difference. Sophia sighed. You're letting them define you now. Everything you do is in reaction to them. Her words stung because they contained truth. I'd been so focused on making Neil and Lily pay that I'd put my own life on pause. I met with Terence's wife today, I admitted. She told me things about Lily, about why she pursued Neil. And did this new information make you feel better? I considered the question. No, it made me feel worse, actually. More manipulated. That's my point. None of this is helping you heal. Sophia paused. I'm worried about you, Camilla. You're becoming someone I don't recognize. The same observation Neil had made. Was I really changing that much? I need to go, I said abruptly. I'll call you later. I drove home in a daze, Rebecca's revelations and Sophia's concerns colliding in my mind. When I arrived at my apartment building, I sat in the parking lot, unable to summon the energy to go inside. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. We need to talk. I'm outside your building. Edward. I froze, scanning the parking lot until I spotted him, a tall figure leaning against a black sedan, watching my car. How did he know where I lived? Why was he here? As I stepped out of my car, Edward straightened and walked toward me, his expression grave. Camilla, he said, I think we have a mutual problem. The certainty I'd felt about my revenge plans suddenly evaporated, replaced by the uncomfortable realization that I was stepping into something much larger and more complicated than I'd imagined. And there was no turning back now. Edward insisted we talk somewhere private, so I reluctantly led him to my apartment. My mind raced with possibilities. Had Rebecca already contacted him? Did he know about Lily's manipulation? Nice place, he said, glancing around my living room. He seemed different from the polished businessman I'd met briefly at Neil's networking event, more intense, less rehearsed. "How did you find my address?" I asked, remaining standing while he settled, uninvited, onto my couch. "Neil mentioned it once." Edward's gaze was direct, unsettling. "I have an excellent memory for details. And why exactly are you here?" "Because you've been causing problems." He leaned forward. "The email to Terrence's wife. Very clever. Very disruptive." My pulse quickened. "I don't know what you're talking about. Please." Edward smiled thinly. "Let's not waste time with denials. I know what Neil and Lily did to you. I know you're retaliating. And I know you recently met with Rebecca Burke." I crossed my arms. "Are you spying on me?" "I'm protecting my interests." He gestured for me to sit. "Which is why I'm here. We need to discuss Pinnacle's relationship with Terrence's company." I remained standing. "I don't see how that concerns me." "It concerns you because you're interfering in business matters you don't understand." His tone hardened. "Lily's personal choices are irrelevant to me. What matters is that Terrence's company provides services Pinnacle needs." "So you know." I finally sat, processing his words. "You know Lily pursued Neil to get to you." Edward's expression revealed nothing. "I suspected. Neil mentioned they'd started seeing each other shortly after he introduced us at that charity event. And that didn't bother you? Being manipulated?" He shrugged. "Business is built on strategic relationships. Lily's methods are her concern." "What about Neil? Does he know he's being used?" "I doubt it." Edward studied me. "Neil has always been idealistic. He probably believes it's a genuine romance." The casual cruelty of his assessment hit me like a slap. Neil, the man I'd planned to marry, reduced to a naive pawn in someone else's game. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because your revenge campaign is becoming problematic. The drama with Terrence's wife has created instability at a critical time." Edward leaned forward. "I need you to stop." "Or what?" "Or I'll be forced to ensure you stop." His voice remained pleasant, but the threat was unmistakable. "I have resources you don't, Camilla. This isn't a fight you can win." I stared at him, anger building. "So I'm just supposed to walk away? Let them all get what they want while I get nothing?" "What exactly do you want?" Edward asked. "To hurt Neil and Lily? You've already done that. To ruin their relationship. You might succeed, but it won't undo your pain." He paused. "Or do you want something more concrete?" "Like what?" "Money, a new job, a fresh start somewhere else." He shrugged. "Name your price." I laughed incredulously. "You're trying to buy me off?" "I'm offering you a way forward that benefits us both." Edward's expression softened slightly. "The path you're on now leads nowhere good, Camilla. Believe me, I know." Something in his tone made me pause. "What do you mean?" "I've been where you are, betrayed, humiliated, obsessed with making someone pay." His eyes held mine. It consumed 3 years of my life, and when I finally succeeded in destroying them, I felt nothing, just empty. I wanted to dismiss his words, but they echoed uncomfortably with Sophia's concerns. Was I becoming consumed by revenge? Was I losing myself? "I need to think," I said finally. Edward nodded and stood. "Take 24 hours. Then I'll need your decision." He placed a business card on my coffee table. "Call me when you're ready to discuss terms." After he left, I sank onto the couch, overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. Part of me wanted to call Sophia, to process what had just happened, but another part, a growing, insistent voice, whispered that I was close to something important, something I couldn't walk away from yet. I picked up Edward's card, then reached for Rebecca's. 2 people with their own agendas, both trying to use me for their purposes. Just like Lily had used Neil, just like Neil and Lily had used our friendship and trust. My phone buzzed with a text from Sophia. "Haven't heard from you. Everything okay?" I stared at her message, guilt mingling with resentment. Even Sophia's concern felt like pressure now. Pressure to be better, to move on, to stop fighting back. Instead of replying, I opened my laptop and searched for Edward George. Articles about Pinnacle investments appeared, along with a few society page photos. Nothing revealing. I tried another search, Edward George Pl scandal. A headline from 7 years ago caught my eye. Finance executive's suicide follows fraud allegations. I clicked, scanning quickly. The article mentioned Edward, only peripherally. He'd been a colleague of the man who died. But something about it nagged at me. I searched again, digging deeper, following threads until I found what I was looking for. A blog post from 6 years ago, written by the widow of the executive who'd committed suicide. She named Edward specifically, claiming he'd orchestrated her husband's downfall after discovering their affair. The pieces clicked together. This was Edward's story, his betrayal, his revenge, and according to the widow's account, it had destroyed multiple lives, including an innocent man's. Is this what I was becoming? Someone who would sacrifice anyone to satisfy my need for vengeance? My phone rang. Lily's name flashed on the screen. I almost declined the call. Then, driven by a sudden, fierce need to hear what she would say, I answered. "Camilla," Lily's voice was raw, desperate. "Please don't hang up. There's something you need to know about Edward. He's dangerous. Whatever he's told you." "How do you know I've spoken to Edward?" I interrupted. A pause. "Because he just called Neil. He's setting you up, Camilla. We all are." "What do you mean, we all are?" I gripped my phone so tightly my fingers ached. "Explain, now." "Not over the phone." Lily's voice shook. "Can you meet us? At Neil's place?" Every instinct screamed this was a trap. "Why would I do that?" "Because despite everything, I know you're still the smartest person in this mess." Her voice dropped. "And because I have proof. About Edward. About what he's really doing." I should have hung up. Should have called Sophia or Rebecca or even the police. Instead, I heard myself say, "I'll be there in 30 minutes. Rain pelted the windshield as I drove to Neil's apartment, my thoughts racing faster than the wipers could clear the glass. What kind of setup was this? What game was Edward playing? And why would Lily warn me if she was part of it? I parked a block away, sitting in my car as rain drummed on the roof. This was madness. I was walking into a room with the two people who had betrayed me most intimately, based on a cryptic warning from a woman I no longer trusted. Yet something in Lily's voice had sounded genuinely afraid. I called Sophia. "I'm about to do something stupid," I said when she answered. "Define stupid." Meeting Neil and Lily at his apartment. Lily says Edward is setting me up somehow. Sophia was silent for a moment. This sounds like a terrible idea. I know, but I need to hear what they have to say. I watched rain streak down my window. "If I don't call you in an hour, something's wrong. Camilla, just be ready to help if I need it, please." She sighed. "1 hour, then I'm calling you. If you don't answer, I'm coming over." I ended the call and stepped into the rain, instantly soaked as I walked the block to Neil's building. By the time I reached his door, my clothes clung to my skin and water dripped from my hair onto the hallway carpet. Neil opened the door before I could knock. His eyes widened at my drenched appearance. "Jesus, Camilla." He stepped back to let me in. "Let me get you a towel." Lily sat perched on the edge of the couch, her face pale, hands clasped tightly in her lap. The sight of her in Neil's apartment, so casually occupying the space that had once been partly mine, sent a fresh wave of pain through me. "Here." Neil handed me a towel. One of mine, left behind when I moved out. I dried my face and hair, refusing to sit. "You said Edward is setting me up. Explain." Lily and Neil exchanged glances. "Edward approached me 6 months ago," Lily began. "At a company event. He said he'd heard about my event planning work and wanted to discuss potential opportunities with Pinnacle." "So you slept with my fiancé to land a client?" The words tasted bitter. "No," Lily flinched. "That came later. At first, it was just business meetings. Edward introduced me to Terence, suggested I could help with their partnership. Then he mentioned Neil. Edward told you to pursue Neil? I couldn't keep the disbelief from my voice. Not explicitly. He just kept bringing him up, saying how Neil had connections that could be valuable. Lily looked down. I'd met Neil a few times through you. He was attractive, successful. When I ran into him at that bar opening, you decided to sleep with him. My voice was flat. It wasn't planned. Neil spoke for the first time. It just happened. We were drunk, talking about you actually. How lucky I was. The irony made me laugh. A harsh, broken sound. And then you just kept happening to sleep together for months. We thought it was real, Lily said quietly. What we felt. But now I'm not sure. What does this have to do with Edward setting me up? Neil stood, moving to his desk where he opened his laptop. 2 days ago, Edward asked me to invest in a new Pinnacle fund. Something exclusive, off the books. He turned the screen toward me. I was going to do it until Lily found this. I stepped closer, reading the document displayed. It was a private placement memorandum for something called Phoenix Opportunity Fund, listing Edward as the manager and Terrence's company as the primary service provider. The minimum investment was $250,000. I don't understand, I said. It's a fraud, Lily said. The fund doesn't actually exist. Edward's been setting this up for months, using Terrence's company as cover. He's targeting wealthy clients with promises of exclusive returns. And what does this have to do with me? Your name is on it. Neil scrolled down to show me. As a compliance officer, your signature is there too. I stared at the document in shock. There it was, my name, a reasonable facsimile of my signature. I never signed this. We know, Lily said. Edward forged it. He's setting you up to take the fall when the fraud is discovered. My mind raced. But why me? I'm not even in finance. Because you've been causing trouble, Neil said. The email to Terrence's wife, the questions you've been asking. Edward sees you as a threat. And how convenient that you two are warning me now. I stepped back, suspicion flaring. After everything you've done, why should I believe you're suddenly concerned about my welfare? Because we're all being played, Lily said, her voice breaking. Edward manipulated me into pursuing Neil. He encouraged Terrence to start an affair with me. He's been orchestrating all of this. For a fraudulent investment fund. It seemed absurd. Not just that. Neil ran a hand through his hair. Edward's been recording our conversations. About you, about the revenge you've been planning. If you're implicated in his fraud and try to claim innocence, he has evidence that you've been vindictive and unstable. The pieces clicked together with sickening clarity. My revenge campaign had given Edward the perfect scapegoat, someone with a documented history of emotional instability and retaliatory behavior. We need to go to the police, I said. With what proof? Lily asked. It's our word against his, and with your recent actions. She didn't need to finish. Who would believe me over Edward? A respected financial executive versus a jilted woman who'd already demonstrated a willingness to seek revenge. There's another option, Neil said hesitantly. Edward's hosting a dinner tomorrow night for potential investors in the Phoenix Fund. We could confront him there, with witnesses. Or, I said slowly, an idea forming, we could give him exactly what he wants. They both looked at me questioningly. He wants me to stop causing trouble, to take his bribe and disappear. I felt a strange calm settle over me. So that's what I'll tell him I'm doing. And then what? Lily asked. I met her eyes directly for the first time since entering the apartment. Then we turn his own game against him. In that moment, standing in my ex-fiancé's apartment with my former best friend, I felt something unexpected, a clarity that had nothing to do with revenge and everything to do with justice. Not just for me, but for all of us who had been manipulated by Edward's machinations. I'll need your help, I said. Both of you. Neil nodded immediately. Lily hesitated, then reached for my hand. I let her take it, feeling the familiar shape of her fingers against mine. Whatever you need, she said. Edward's smile didn't reach his eyes when I slid into the chair across from him at the upscale hotel bar. I wasn't sure you'd come. I almost didn't. I set my phone on the table between us, recording app running silently. But your offer got me thinking. And, he signaled the bartender for another drink. I want out of all of this. I leaned forward. You were right yesterday. This revenge thing, it's consuming me. Edward studied me, searching for deception. What changed your mind? I looked you up. Found that blog post about what happened 7 years ago. I kept my voice neutral. I don't want to become that person. Something flickered across his face. Satisfaction, maybe, or relief. Smart decision. So, let's discuss terms. $200,000 and a recommendation for a job in another city. I met his gaze steadily. In exchange, I disappear. No more trouble with Terence or his wife. No questions about your business dealings. Edward's eyebrows rose slightly. Ambitious. Fair, I countered. My life here is over. You're buying my silence and my absence. He considered this, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. I can arrange it, but I'll need something first. What? Sign some paperwork, a non-disclosure agreement primarily. He reached for his briefcase. And a few other documents, like compliance forms for the Phoenix Opportunity Fund. I kept my expression innocent. Edward's hand stilled on his briefcase. You've been busy. Just doing my research before selling my soul. I smiled thinly. That's what you're buying, isn't it? My name on your fraudulent fund? I prefer to think of it as creative finance. Edward's voice remained pleasant, but his eyes hardened. The paperwork is a formality. Insurance, if you will. Against what? Me changing my mind? Against unpredictability. He slid the briefcase toward me. Sign now, and the money will be in your account tomorrow. I opened the briefcase, examining the documents inside. The NDA, the compliance forms, all waiting for my signature. You know, I said conversationally, I've been wondering why you went to all this trouble, setting up Neil and Lily, drawing me into your scheme. I looked up at him. It seems elaborate just to find a scapegoat. Edward shrugged. Opportunity presented itself. I needed someone with financial knowledge, but no industry connections. When Neil mentioned his fiancée worked in corporate accounting, you became interesting. When you started causing problems, you became useful. And Lily, why involve her? Lily was already involved with Terence. I simply expanded her utility. His smile was cold. People are generally predictable when you understand their weaknesses. Lily craves status. Neil craves validation. You crave justice. And what do you crave, Edward? Control. He gestured to the documents. Now, sign. I picked up the pen, hovering it over the signature line. Just one more question. Does Rebecca Burke know about the fraud? Edward's expression flickered. Rebecca is irrelevant. That's not what she thinks. I set the pen down. She's been gathering evidence against you for months. Bank statements, emails between you and Terence, records of meetings that never officially happened. You're bluffing. But uncertainty had crept into his voice. Maybe. I stood up. But are you willing to bet your freedom on it? Edward's hand shot out, gripping my wrist. Sit down. We're not finished. Actually, we are. I nodded toward the bar entrance, where Detective Morales was approaching, Rebecca Burke at her side. I think they'd like to speak with you. Edward's face drained of color. What have you done? Created an opportunity. I pulled my wrist free. People are predictable when you understand their weaknesses. Your weakness is arrogance. As Detective Morales reached our table, I stepped back. He was just explaining his investment fraud scheme, Detective. I believe my phone recorded most of it. The next hour passed in a blur of statements and evidence collection. I watched from across the room as Edward was escorted out, his confident facade crumbling under the weight of Rebecca's evidence and my recording. Sophia found me sitting alone at the bar afterward. You okay? She asked, sliding onto the stool beside me. I don't know what I am. I stared into my untouched drink. Relieved? Exhausted? Empty? All of the above is allowed. Sophia squeezed my hand. What you did was brave, and a little terrifying. I laughed softly. Terrifying is accurate. I wasn't sure he'd confess. But you were sure enough to bet everything on it. She studied me. That's the old Camilla I know, the one who trusts her instincts. Her words warmed something cold inside me. I had trusted myself today, my judgment, my plan, my ability to see through Edward's manipulation. For the first time since discovering Neil and Lily's betrayal, I felt like myself again. Neil and Lily are outside, Sophia said carefully. They want to know if you'll talk to them. My stomach tightened. What do you think I should do? I think that depends on what you want now. Sophia's gaze was steady. Revenge? Closure? Something else entirely? The question echoed through all the versions of myself I'd been these past weeks. The devastated fiancé, the vengeful victim, the determined investigator. None of them felt quite right anymore. I want to move forward, I said finally, but I'm not sure what that looks like yet. Then tell them that. Sophia stood. You don't owe them forgiveness or friendship. You only owe yourself honesty. Outside, Neil and Lily waited awkwardly by the fountain in the hotel courtyard. They straightened when they saw me approach. Is it over? Lily asked. With Edward? Yes. I kept my distance, studying them both. With us? That's complicated. Camilla, we can't ever apologize enough, Neil began. I held up my hand. I don't want apologies, not tonight. What do you want? Lily's voice was small. I considered the question carefully. Space, time, a life that isn't defined by what happened between us. They exchanged glances, absorbing my words. And someday, Neil asked, someday isn't today. I met their eyes directly. Today, I'm choosing myself. As I walked away, I felt the weight of the past weeks lifting. The betrayal would always be part of my story, but it no longer felt like the most important part. What mattered more was what I'd discovered about myself, my resilience, my clarity, my capacity for both rage and compassion. The night air was cool against my skin as I stepped onto the sidewalk. Ahead of me stretched a future I couldn't yet imagine, full of possibilities I hadn't considered when revenge had narrowed my vision. I took a deep breath and began walking, not looking back. The path forward was unwritten, uncertain, but for the first time in weeks, that uncertainty felt like freedom.
I spent 3 hours getting ready for my own ambush. The irony isn't lost on me now, curling my hair into loose waves, applying that overpriced lipstick Yusuf once said made me look like a 1940s film star. I'd chosen the black dress with the open back, the one that made me feel powerful in court and desirable at home. My reflection had whispered back reassurances. You've got this, Sadie. He'll be speechless. He was speechless, all right, just not for the reasons I'd imagined. The restaurant had been my idea, Luciana's, where we'd had our first date 7 years ago. I'd arranged everything meticulously. The private back room with its warm amber lighting, the champagne already chilling, our closest friends waiting. The perfect surprise for our anniversary. He's 2 minutes out, Rebecca texted, stationed as lookout in the parking lot. My heart fluttered as I smoothed invisible wrinkles from my dress. Around me, our friends whispered excitedly, glasses of wine already half empty. The candles on the table caught the facets of my wedding ring, throwing tiny rainbows against the wall. Places, everyone, I whispered, and the room fell to hushed giggles. The door handle turned. I held my breath. And then, 2 silhouettes in the doorway instead of one. Surprise! Everyone shouted, before the collective intake of breath that followed made the candles flicker. Yusuf stood frozen, his arm around his secretary's waist. Ava's hand was tucked into the back pocket of his jeans, the jeans I'd bought him last Christmas. Her red fingernails against the dark denim seared into my vision like a brand. Sadie. My name in his mouth sounded foreign suddenly. What is this? I couldn't speak. The room tilted slightly. I think it's supposed to be your anniversary party, Ava said, her voice dripping with something worse than mockery. Pity. The silence expanded, becoming a living thing that swallowed the oxygen in the room. I watched Yusuf's face transition from shock to calculation to decision. He straightened his shoulders, kept his arm firmly around Ava. "Well," he said, looking directly at me, "this is awkward timing." Rebecca appeared at my side, her hand finding mine. "I was going to tell you tomorrow," Yusuf continued, as if explaining a minor scheduling conflict. "Ava and we've been seeing each other. I've filed for divorce." The words hit like separate blows. Seeing each other. Filed. Divorce. 3 months, Ava added helpfully, twisting a strand of her perfect hair. It just happened so naturally. 3 months. 90 days of lies. 90 mornings he'd kissed me goodbye while carrying her scent. "You filed already?" My voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. Hollow, distant. "It's better this way," Yusuf said, his lawyer voice emerging. "Clean break. My lawyer will contact you Monday." Someone gasped. I think it was Kennedy, my business partner, who knew exactly what this meant. Yusuf had prepared. He'd strategized. While I'd been planning an anniversary surprise, he'd been planning my disposal. "How long have you been planning this?" I asked, surprising myself with how steady I sounded. His eyes flickered, the tell he had when lying in poker. "It doesn't matter. It matters to me." 6 weeks, he admitted. My lawyer suggested... Which lawyer? The room was spinning, but this detail suddenly seemed crucial. Michaels. Thomas Michaels. The divorce attorney known for hiding assets and destroying the financially weaker spouse. The shark we'd joked about at dinner parties. "You're using Michaels against me." The betrayal within the betrayal landed like a physical blow. Yusuf at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. "Sadie, let's not do this here." "Where should we do it? At home? Our home that you're probably trying to take from me too?" Ava sighed theatrically. This is exactly why he needed to move on. The drama. I looked at her. Really looked at her. 29, according to her employment file. 9 years my junior. The woman who'd brought Yusuf coffee every morning while I was in court. Who'd scheduled our dinner reservations, who'd sent me flowers from him on my birthday. "How long were you planning this?" I asked her directly. She smiled, a small victorious curl of her lips. "Long enough to know he deserves better." The room blurred. I felt Rebecca's arm around my waist, steadying me. "Everyone out," Kennedy announced to the stunned guests. "Party's over." People shuffled past, murmuring apologies and avoiding eye contact. Some shot daggers at Yusuf. Others just looked embarrassed to witness my humiliation. When the room emptied except for Rebecca and Kennedy flanking me like sentinels, Yusuf finally removed his arm from Ava. "I'll get my things tomorrow while you're at work," he said. "It's better this way." "Better for whom?" I finally asked. "For everyone," he replied, and I saw the man I'd loved disappear completely behind the stranger's eyes. "You'll thank me someday." They left together, her perfume lingering like a taunt. I stood motionless in the beautiful room I'd decorated, surrounded by cooling food and melting ice. The anniversary playlist I'd carefully curated still played softly in the background, our song coming on just as the door closed behind them. "I'll kill him," Rebecca whispered. "No," I said, surprising myself with the clarity cutting through my shock. "That would be too quick." I picked up my untouched champagne and drained it in one swallow. "Sadie," Kennedy's voice was cautious. "He thinks he's won," I said, setting down the empty glass. "He thinks I'll crumble." I walked to the door, my legs somehow carrying me forward when everything inside me wanted to collapse. He has no idea who he married. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them together, Yusuf's arm around Ava's waist, her red nails against his jeans, my husband. Dawn found me sitting at our kitchen island, surrounded by the wreckage of what I'd thought was my life. Wedding photos face down. A half-empty bottle of expensive scotch Yusuf had been saving for a special occasion. The irony wasn't lost on me. My phone buzzed with Rebecca's 10th text since she'd dropped me home. "Still awake?" Coming over with breakfast? I didn't respond. Couldn't. The words wouldn't form. Instead, I dragged myself upstairs to our bedroom, my bedroom now, and stood in the doorway. The bed was still made from yesterday morning when I'd smoothed the comforter and plumped the pillows, thinking I'd return to it with my husband. A husband who'd been planning to leave me for 6 weeks. 6 weeks. I walked to his closet and yanked open the door. His suits hung in perfect order, navy, charcoal, black. The shirts organized by color, the ties arranged by pattern. Everything in its place, just like our marriage had seemed. My fingers trailed across the fabrics. How many of these had I helped him choose? How many times had I straightened his tie before important meetings? All while he was planning his exit strategy, I grabbed a handful of ties and pulled. They slithered from the rack like falling snakes. The doorbell rang, startling me from my destruction. Rebecca. I should have known she'd come anyway. I opened the door to find her holding a bakery bag and coffee tray, her eyes puffy from crying for me. "You look like hell," she said, pushing past me into the house. "Thanks." "Have you slept?" I shook my head. "Eaten?" Another head shake. "Well, you're going to eat now." She marched into the kitchen, setting down her offerings. "And then, we're going to figure out how to destroy him." A laugh escaped me, harsh and unfamiliar. "You sound like me in court." "I've heard you enough times." She pushed a coffee into my hands. "Drink." I obeyed, the hot liquid burning my throat, reminding me I was still alive, still here. The pain felt good, real. "He's using Thomas Michael's," I said after a moment. "Do you know what that means?" Rebecca nodded grimly. "Kennedy told me. He's going for your throat. Professionally and financially." I took another scalding sip. "Michael specializes in hiding assets and destroying reputations. He'll try to take the firm." "Can he do that?" "He can try." I set down the coffee. "Yusuf's name is on half the paperwork, even though he hasn't contributed in years. He rode my success while screwing his secretary." Rebecca reached across the counter and gripped my hand. "What do you need?" "Time. Information." I pulled away, suddenly restless. "I need to know what I'm up against." "What does that mean?" I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I walked to the living room window, staring out at the neighborhood waking up. Normal people starting normal days, unaware that my world had imploded. "Sadie, I need to know about her," I finally said. "About Ava." "The secretary." Rebecca followed me. "What about her?" "Everything. How long she's been planning this. What she knows. What she wants." I turned to face my friend. "This wasn't spontaneous, Rebecca. You saw them last night. They were comfortable, practiced. You think she targeted him?" "I think nothing in my life is what I thought it was." The realization hit me fresh, a wave of nausea rising. I need to know if I've been played from the beginning. Rebecca was quiet for a moment, watching me carefully. "What are you thinking of doing?" "Nothing illegal. Not yet, anyway. Just research, background checks, the kind of thing we do for every case." "Let me help." I shook my head. "You have Arthur, the kids. I can't drag you into my mess." "You're not dragging me anywhere. I'm walking in voluntarily." She crossed her arms. "Besides, Arthur already offered to help. He's furious." The mention of Arthur, Rebecca's steady, kind husband, brought a fresh ache. They'd been our closest friends. Double dates, vacations together, holidays. How much of that had been real for Yusuf? My phone buzzed with a text. Unknown number. "He's coming for your files today. Back up everything. K. Kennedy, warning me." "I have to go to the office," I said, suddenly alert. "Now." "What? Why?" I showed her the text. "Yusuf's making his move. If he gets to the firm's files before I do, I'm finished." Rebecca grabbed her purse. "I'll drive." As we rushed to the car, another text came through, this one from Yusuf. "Coming by at noon to get my things. Please don't be there. Let's keep this civil." Civil. As if ambushing me at my own anniversary party had been civil. "Change of plans?" I told Rebecca, a cold clarity washing over me. "Take me to the mall first." "The mall? Sadie, your files." "Kennedy will handle it. I need to buy a nanny cam." I fastened my seatbelt. my mind suddenly terrifyingly clear. If Yusuf wants to play dirty, he should remember who taught him every trick he knows. Rebecca's eyes widened, then narrowed with understanding. She started the car. "The game is on," she said, pulling away from the curb. I nodded, the hollow feeling in my chest giving way to something harder, sharper. And this time, I'm writing the rules. The nanny cam looked like an ordinary phone charger. That was the point. I plugged it into the outlet behind Yusuf's bedside table, his side of the bed, and positioned it toward the closet. If he was coming for his things, I wanted to see exactly what he took. "Are you sure this is legal?" Rebecca asked, hovering in the doorway. "In my own home? Absolutely." I adjusted the angle slightly. "Besides, I'm not recording audio, just video." "And what exactly are you hoping to catch?" I straightened up, meeting her eyes. "Evidence." The word hung between us, heavy with implication. Rebecca didn't ask for clarification, and I didn't offer it. Some things are better left unsaid between friends, plausible deniability and all that. My phone buzzed. Kennedy again. Office secured. Files backed up. "Where are you?" I texted back. "Home. Setting up surveillance. Meet at your place at 2. Her response was immediate. "Bring wine." I almost smiled. "Almost. We should go," I told Rebecca. "I don't want to be here when he arrives." As we headed for the door, I paused in the hallway, my hand trailing along the wall where our wedding photos used to hang. I'd taken them down at dawn, unable to look at his smiling face anymore. The empty hooks remained like scars on the wall. "You okay?" Rebecca asked softly. "No," I admitted. "But I will be." We left through the back door. I couldn't bear to see Yusuf pull into the driveway, couldn't trust myself not to confront him. Not yet. Not until I had a plan. Kennedy's condo was a minimalist's dream. All clean lines and empty spaces. No photos, no mementos, nothing personal on display. It suited her. Kennedy kept her private life private, even from friends. Especially from friends. "You look like shit," she greeted me, holding open the door. "So I've been told." She took the wine from my hands and led us to her kitchen. 3 laptops were open on the counter, screens filled with documents and spreadsheets. "You've been busy," I observed. "I've been covering our arses." She poured 3 generous glasses of wine. "Yusuf showed up at the office with Michaels an hour after I got your text. They demanded access to all client files." My stomach dropped. And I told them to get a court order." Kennedy's smile was razor-sharp. Then I reminded Michaels that half those clients are mine, not yours or Yusuf's, and if he wanted a legal battle over client privilege, I'd be happy to oblige. Relief washed over me. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet." She slid a laptop toward me. "This is bad, Sadie. Really bad." I looked at the screen. Financial records. Our joint accounts, nearly empty. "He cleaned you out," Rebecca whispered, looking over my shoulder. "Not everything," I said, scrolling through the transactions. "Just the joint accounts. He can't touch my personal accounts without a court order." "Which Michaels will get," Kennedy pointed out. "And soon." I took a long drink of wine, letting the information settle. "How much time do we have?" "A week. Maybe less." Kennedy pulled up another screen. "I've been doing some digging on your husband's new girlfriend." My chest tightened at the word girlfriend. Such an innocent term for the woman who'd helped destroy my marriage. "What did you find?" "Not much, which is interesting in itself." Kennedy tapped the screen. "Ava Rice, 29, started at your firm 2 years ago. Before that, nothing. No social media, no previous employment records I can access, no credit history before 2018. "That's not possible," Rebecca interjected. "Everyone has a history." "Everyone has a history," Kennedy agreed. "But not everyone wants it found." I leaned closer to the screen, studying the employment application Ava had submitted to our firm. Standard information, name, address, previous employment at a law firm in Chicago I'd never heard of. "Have you verified this?" I asked, pointing to the Chicago firm. "First thing I checked. The firm exists, but they have no record of an Ava Rice ever working there. The implications hit me like a physical blow. She lied on her application." Which means Yusuf hired someone with falsified credentials, Kennedy added. That could be useful. My mind raced. If Ava had lied about her work history, what else had she lied about? And why had Yusuf hired her without proper vetting? Unless... I need to see when she was hired, I said suddenly. The exact date. Kennedy pulled up the HR files. October 14th, 2021. I closed my eyes, the pieces clicking into place. That was the week I was in Boston for the Mercer trial. Yusuf handled all the hiring that month. You think he knew? Rebecca asked. About her fake credentials. I think it's worth finding out. I opened my eyes, a new determination settling over me. I need to talk to Isaiah. Your former client? Kennedy frowned. The one with the hacking charges. The very same. I pulled out my phone. He owes me a favor. Before I could dial, my phone lit up with a notification from the NannyCam app. Motion detected. We all froze, staring at my phone. I tapped the notification, and the video feed appeared. Yusuf was in our bedroom, but he wasn't alone. Ava was with him, sitting on our bed, my bed, watching as he packed. Turn up the volume, Rebecca whispered, though there was no audio to hear. We watched in silence as Yusuf methodically emptied his closet, suits, shirts, shoes, all into expensive luggage I'd never seen before. Then he moved to the dresser, pulling out the bottom drawer, my drawer, and removing a small box. My grandmother's jewellery. That bastard, I breathed. Ava said something, laughing, and Yusuf handed her the box. She opened it, held up my grandmother's sapphire necklace, and fastened it around her neck. My vision blurred with tears of rage. I'm going home, I said, standing abruptly. Now. Kennedy grabbed my arm. No, you're not. That's exactly what they want. You emotional and reactive. Give me your phone. Kennedy. This is evidence, Sadie. Her grip tightened. Let them hang themselves. I sank back into my chair, trembling with fury and something else, a cold, clear purpose taking shape. You're right, I said finally. We need more than this. I looked at my friends, these women who dropped everything to help me, and made a decision. I'm not just going to survive this, I told them. I'm going to make them regret the day they ever thought they could take what's mine. Isaiah agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown, the kind with terrible coffee but excellent privacy. The kind of place where people mind their business because they're conducting business they don't want minded. You look different, he said when I slid into the booth across from him. I hadn't seen Isaiah since his case concluded 6 months ago. I'd kept him out of prison for hacking into his ex-employer's system, ironically by proving the company had been hacking their own customers. Different how? I asked, though I knew. My eyes were harder, my posture tighter. Betrayal changes you physically, not just emotionally. Like you've joined the club. He pushed a coffee toward me. The someone screwed me over club. Membership's pretty exclusive. I wrapped my hands around the mug, absorbing its warmth. I need your help, Isaiah. I figured this wasn't a social call. He leaned back, studying me. What kind of help are we talking about? The legal kind or the other kind? The other kind. He nodded slowly. The kind that got me in trouble. The kind that got you out of trouble, I corrected. I need information on someone who doesn't want to be found. I slid my phone across the table, showing him Ava's employment application. Isaiah glanced at it, then at me, his expression unreadable. Your husband's girlfriend. My jaw tightened. News travelled fast. Yes. And you want me to... what? Hack her email? Track her phone? Because I should remind you as my lawyer that those things are... I want you to find out who she really is, I interrupted. Legal methods only. I'm not asking you to break any laws. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Then why come to me? You have investigators on retainer. Because those investigators work for my firm, a firm my husband is currently trying to take from me. I leaned forward. I need someone outside the system, someone who knows how to find what doesn't want to be found. He was quiet for a long moment, turning my phone in his hands. This is personal for you. Yes. Revenge is a bad reason to do anything, Sadie. It's not about revenge. The words came out sharper than I intended. It's about protection. I need to know what I'm dealing with. Isaiah studied me, his eyes skeptical. You sure about that? I wasn't, actually. The line between protection and revenge had blurred the moment I saw Ava wearing my grandmother's necklace, but Isaiah didn't need to know that. I'm sure, I lied. He sighed, sliding my phone back. I'll see what I can find. But Sadie, be careful. Digging into people's pasts, sometimes you find things you wish you hadn't. Rebecca was waiting at my house when I returned. She sat on the front steps, a bottle of wine beside her. You could have gone inside, I said, climbing the steps. You have a key. I wasn't sure if, she hesitated, if they might still be here. The thought of Yusuf and Ava in my home made my stomach clench. They're gone. The nanny cam hasn't picked up movement in hours. I unlocked the door, bracing myself for what I might find. The house felt different, emptier, though nothing visible had changed in the living room. It was the energy that had shifted, as if the walls themselves knew their owner had abandoned them. I checked upstairs while you were meeting Isaiah, Rebecca said, following me inside. Yusuf took most of his clothes, his electronics, and some books. And my grandmother's jewellery. The memory of Ava trying on the necklace burned fresh. I'm sorry, Sadie. I shrugged, aiming for nonchalance and missing by miles. It's just stuff. It's not just stuff. Rebecca set the wine on the coffee table. It's your history, your memories. Well, those are gone too. I sank onto the couch. Did you check his office? Cleaned out. Files, computer, everything. I nodded, unsurprised. Yusuf was nothing if not thorough. What about the safe? Rebecca's eyes widened slightly. What safe? I stood, moving to the painting in the hallway, a mediocre landscape Yusuf had insisted on hanging. Behind it was a wall safe I'd installed when we first bought the house. He doesn't know about this one, I said, entering the combination. It's where I keep the important things. The safe swung open, revealing several folders, a USB drive, and a small velvet pouch. I removed the pouch first, opening it to reveal my mother's wedding ring. At least he didn't get everything, I murmured. I took out the USB drive next, turning it over in my hand. This has copies of all our financial records for the past 5 years, every account, every transaction. Smart, Rebecca said. Paranoid, I corrected. My parents lost everything when my father got sick. I swore I'd never be financially vulnerable. I plugged the drive into my laptop, scrolling through the files. Bank statements, investment accounts, tax returns, all meticulously organized by year and type. What are you looking for? Rebecca asked, peering over my shoulder. Patterns, I said, opening a spreadsheet from last year. Specifically, when things started changing. I found it in the April statements, a cash withdrawal of $5,000 from our joint account. Nothing unusual there. We both made cash withdrawals occasionally. But the next month showed another $5,000, and then again in June. By October, the withdrawals had increased to $10,000 monthly. He's been planning this for over a year, I whispered, the realization like ice in my veins. Taking cash so it wouldn't be traceable. Rebecca squeezed my shoulder. Sadie. My phone rang, cutting her off. Isaiah. That was fast, I answered. We need to meet, he said, his voice tight. Now. Did you find something? Not over the phone, Sadie. A pause. And come alone. He hung up before I could respond. What is it? Rebecca asked, noting my expression. I stared at the phone, a strange mixture of dread and anticipation coursing through me. Isaiah found something about Ava, something he won't discuss on the phone. That can't be good. No, I agreed, grabbing my keys, but it might be useful. As I headed for the door, Rebecca called after me. Sadie, whatever you're planning, remember who you are. I turned back, meeting her worried gaze. That's exactly the problem, Rebecca, I said quietly. I'm not sure I know anymore. Isaiah wasn't at the coffee shop this time. He'd texted an address, a park bench overlooking the river. Public enough to be safe, private enough to talk. The kind of place people choose when they're about to share something dangerous. He was already there when I arrived, hunched forward, elbows on knees. He didn't look up as I approached. Isaiah? Sit down, Sadie. His voice was flat, controlled. I sat beside him, the chill of the metal bench seeping through my clothes. What did you find? He handed me a manila folder. Ava Rice doesn't exist, at least not until 4 years ago. I opened the folder. Inside was a driver's license with Ava's photo, but a different name, Melissa Winters. She changed her identity, I said, studying the license. Why? Keep reading. The next document was a newspaper clipping from a small town in Oregon. The headline made my breath catch. Local woman charged in embezzlement scheme. The article detailed how Melissa Winters, office manager at a law firm, had been arrested for stealing nearly $200,000 from client trust accounts. There was a mugshot, definitely Ava, though with darker hair and a harder expression. She's done this before, I whispered. Isaiah nodded grimly. 3 times that I could find. Different names, different states, but same pattern. She gets hired at a law firm, works her way into a position of trust, then disappears with as much money as she can take. My mind raced. And Yusuf? Is he involved? That's where it gets interesting. Isaiah took the folder back, flipping to another document. I found this in archived emails from her previous identity. It was a printed email exchange between Melissa Winters and someone using an anonymous email address. The messages discussed target selection, methodology, and split percentages. She works with a partner, I realized, someone who helps her identify vulnerable firms and gain access. Someone like a lawyer who knows the system from the inside, Isaiah confirmed. I can't prove it's Yusuf. The emails are too careful, no names, no specific locations. But the timing? What about the timing? The last email in this exchange was sent 3 weeks before Ava Rice applied to your firm. And look at the language. He pointed to a line in the email. Target secured. Initiation phase begins next month. Cold clarity washed over me. They targeted us. Me. It looks that way. I stood abruptly, needing to move, to breathe. The implications crashed through me like waves. Yusuf hadn't just cheated. He'd conspired, planned, used me. Sadie? Isaiah's voice seemed distant. There's more. I turned back to him. More? They're planning something now. Something big. He handed me one final document. A bank statement for an account I didn't recognize. This is a shell company registered last month. 2 days after your husband filed for divorce, $500,000 was transferred into it. From where? That's the problem. I can't trace it. Isaiah stood, joining me. But based on her pattern, I'd guess it's client money. Your clients. The ground seemed to shift beneath me. If Yusuf and Ava had stolen from client trust accounts, it wouldn't just be my reputation at stake. I could lose my license, face criminal charges. I need to go, I said suddenly. I need to check the accounts. Isaiah caught my arm. Sadie, wait. If they've already moved the money, going in guns blazing could tip them off. You need to be strategic. Strategic? I laughed bitterly. While they're stealing from my clients? While they're setting me up to take the fall? Yes. His grip tightened. Because if you're right, if they're stealing and planning to frame you, then rushing in is exactly what they want. You need proof before you make accusations. I pulled away, anger and fear churning inside me. And how do I get that proof without alerting them? You have me. He said it simply, as if offering to help move furniture, not investigate financial fraud. Why would you risk this if you're caught hacking financial records? Because you believed me when no one else did. He shrugged, uncomfortable with the sentiment. And because I hate seeing people get away with this shit. I studied him, this man I'd defended but never really known. This could get complicated, Isaiah. Life's complicated. A small smile touched his lips. Besides, I'm good at what I do. My phone buzzed with a text from Kennedy. Emergency at the office. Come now. I have to go, I told Isaiah, showing him the message. The office. I'll keep digging, he promised. Be careful, Sadie. These people play for keeps. I could hear the shouting from the elevator. Kennedy's voice, sharp and angry, and another voice. Male, familiar. Yusuf. I pushed through the glass doors of our firm to find them squared off in the reception area, Kennedy blocking the hallway to the offices, Yusuf red-faced and gesturing. "You have no right to lock me out," he was saying. "My name is on the lease." "Your name is on a lot of things that don't belong to you," Kennedy shot back. They both turned as I entered. Kennedy's face showed relief. Yusuf's flickered with something else. Calculation, then a smooth transition to wounded dignity. "Sadie," he said, softening his voice, "tell your attack dog to back down. I just need to get some files from my office." I looked at my husband, this stranger wearing a familiar face, and felt something shift inside me. The shock and pain were still there, but beneath them something harder had formed. Something cold and clear and focused. "Your office?" I repeated. "You mean the office in the firm you abandoned? The firm you're trying to destroy?" He blinked, surprised by my tone. "I don't know what Kennedy's been telling you, but—" "Stop." I held up a hand. "Just stop, Yusuf. I know about Ava. Or should I call her Melissa?" His face went perfectly still, just for a moment, but long enough. He knew. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said carefully. "I think you do." I stepped closer, lowering my voice. "And I think you should know that if anything happens to this firm, or its clients, I will bury you both. Not just professionally, completely." Something flickered in his eyes. Uncertainty, maybe even fear. "Good. You're making a mistake, Sadie," he said quietly. "This doesn't have to be ugly. You made it ugly the moment you decided to betray me." I nodded toward the door. "Now get out of my firm." He hesitated, then gathered his dignity around him like a cloak. "My lawyer will be in touch." "I'm counting on it." After he left, Kennedy turned to me, eyes wide. "What the hell was that? And who is Melissa?" I took a deep breath, the adrenaline still coursing through me. "We need to check the trust accounts, all of them, right now." "Sadie, what's going on?" I met her gaze steadily. "I think Yusuf and Ava are planning to steal from our clients and frame me for it, and I think we might already be too late to stop them." $3 million. The number glowed on the computer screen like an accusation. $3 million missing from our client trust accounts, transferred through a maze of shell companies over the past month. "How did we not catch this?" Kennedy whispered, her face pale in the glow of the monitor. "We'd been in the office for 6 hours, combing through every account, every transaction. The conference room looked like a war zone. Empty coffee cups, scattered papers, the desperation of people fighting a battle they were already losing." "Because it was done with authorized credentials," I said, rubbing my eyes. "My credentials. That was the most elegant part of their plan. All the transfers had been executed using my login information, creating a perfect digital trail leading directly to me." "We need to call the police," Kennedy said. "And tell them what? That my husband stole client money using my account?" I laughed bitterly. "They'll arrest me, not him. Then the Bar Association, the Ethics Committee. Same problem." I stood, needing to move, to think. "We need proof it wasn't me. Proof that Yusuf and Ava did this." Kennedy watched me pace, her expression troubled. "And if we can't get that proof?" The question hung in the air between us. We both knew what it meant. Without proof, I'd lose everything, my license, my freedom, my future. "Then I'll take the fall," I said finally. "It's my firm, my responsibility." "That's bullshit, Sadie." Kennedy slammed her hand on the table. "I'm not letting you sacrifice yourself for his crimes." My phone buzzed with a text from Isaiah. "Found something. Your office. 20 minutes. "Isaiah's coming," I told Kennedy. "He might have something." She frowned. "You trust him with this? We barely know him." "I know enough." I gathered the scattered financial records into a folder, and right now we need all the help we can get. Isaiah arrived carrying a laptop and a grim expression. He sat up at the conference table without a word, fingers flying across the keyboard. "Tell me you have good news," I said. "Define good." He turned the screen toward us. "I tracked the money. Most of it's been moved offshore, but about $500,000 is still sitting in an account under the name Phoenix Consulting." Can we get it back? Not without a court order. He pulled up another window. But that's not the interesting part. Look who owns Phoenix Consulting. The document showed the company registration. The owner's name made my blood run cold. Sadie Hansen. They put it in my name, I whispered. It gets worse. Isaiah clicked through to another screen. The account was set up using your social security number, your date of birth. They have everything, Sadie. Kennedy swore under her breath. Identity theft on top of embezzlement. They're thorough. They've done this before, I reminded her. They know how to cover their tracks. Isaiah nodded. And they're planning to leave town. I found flight reservations to the Cayman Islands for tomorrow night. 2 passengers. We need to stop them, Kennedy said. How? I demanded. We have no proof they did this. Everything points to me. Isaiah cleared his throat. Actually, that might not be entirely true. We both turned to him. I've been monitoring Ava's email, he admitted. Most of it's encrypted, but she slipped up. She sent a message to Yusuf from her personal account this morning. He pulled up the email. It was brief, just a few lines. Everything's in place. S's credentials worked perfectly. Remaining transfers complete by noon tomorrow. Meet at the usual place at 7 to finalize exit strategy. This is it, Kennedy breathed. This proves they did it. It proves they're planning something, I corrected. But it's not enough. We need more. What more do you need? Kennedy demanded. They stole $3 million using your identity. And a good lawyer, like Thomas Michaels, would argue this email is too vague to prove anything. I shook my head. We need them to incriminate themselves explicitly. We need a confession. Isaiah leaned back, studying me. You're thinking about the usual place, setting a trap. Yes. The plan was forming in my mind, dangerous but clear. If I can get them to talk about what they've done, record it somehow. That's insane, Kennedy interrupted, and probably illegal. Recordings made without consent are inadmissible in court, I finished for her. But they might be enough to get the police to investigate, to freeze the accounts before the money disappears completely. Or they might get you killed, Kennedy countered. These people have already shown they'll do anything for money. I looked at the email again, at the casual way they discussed destroying my life. 3 years of marriage, and Yusuf could betray me without hesitation. The pain of that knowledge had hardened into something else now, a cold, clear purpose. I need to know where they're meeting, I told Isaiah. Can you find out? He hesitated. Probably. But Kennedy's right, Sadie. This is dangerous. More dangerous than prison? I asked quietly. More dangerous than losing everything I've worked for? Neither of them answered. My phone rang. Rebecca. I stepped away to answer. Sadie? Her voice was tight with worry. Arthur just called. Yusuf reached out to him. What? Why? He wants to meet. Says he has a proposition for Arthur. She paused. Arthur thinks it's about buying your share of the firm. He's stalling, but... A chill ran through me. When does he want to meet? Tonight, 7 o'clock at the Overlook. The Overlook. An upscale restaurant on the river where Yusuf and I had celebrated our anniversaries, where he'd proposed. The usual place, I whispered. What? Nothing. My mind was racing. Tell Arthur to agree to the meeting, but he needs to be late. Very late. Sadie, what are you planning? I looked back at Kennedy and Isaiah, still arguing about risks and evidence. I'm going to get my confession, I said. And I'm going to make Yusuf and Ava regret the day they ever thought they could take what's mine. As I hung up, I felt something settle inside me. A terrible, perfect clarity. There would be no turning back after tonight. I was counting on it. The Overlook hadn't changed. Same soft lighting, same river view, same quiet hum of expensive conversation. I'd loved this place once. Now it felt like returning to the scene of a crime. I chose a table in the corner angled to see the entrance but partially hidden by a decorative pillar. The recording device Isaiah had given me pressed against my ribs, tucked into the inner pocket of my blazer. 1 button to activate, he'd explained. One chance to get it right. "Can I get you something to drink while you wait?" the server asked. "Just water, thank you." My mouth was already dry enough. Kennedy had wanted to come, to sit at a nearby table as backup. I'd refused. This needed to be clean. Just me, Yusuf, and Ava. Just the truth, finally. My phone buzzed with a text from Rebecca. "Arthur's ready. He'll call Yusuf at 7:15 to say he's running late." Perfect. That would give me 15 minutes alone with them. At 6:55, they arrived. Yusuf entered first, scanning the restaurant with the confident ease of someone who belongs everywhere. Ava followed, her hand on his arm, wearing a sleek black dress and, my breath caught, my grandmother's sapphire necklace. They were seated at a table by the window, the one Yusuf always requested, the one where he'd proposed. I watched them order drinks, their heads bent close together, sharing some private joke. My husband and his accomplice, celebrating their victory before it was complete. At 7:05, I stood. My legs felt strangely steady as I crossed the restaurant. Neither of them noticed me until I was at their table. "Mind if I join you?" I asked. Yusuf's head snapped up, shock flashing across his face before he controlled it. "Sadie, what are you doing here?" "Waiting for Arthur, same as you." I pulled out a chair and sat, though I suspect we have different agendas for that meeting. Ava's hand moved to her throat, fingers touching the sapphire necklace. Not nervous, protective. "This is a private dinner." "Is it?" I smiled thinly. I thought it was business, Phoenix consulting business, perhaps. The flash of alarm in Yusuf's eyes was worth every second of pain he'd caused me. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said carefully. "No," I leaned forward, keeping my voice low. $3 million from client trust accounts, transferred using my credentials, a company registered in my name, flight reservations to the Cayman Islands. Should I continue? Ava's eyes darted to Yusuf, seeking direction. He maintained his composure, but I could see the calculation happening behind his eyes. "Those are serious accusations," he said finally, "especially coming from someone who's clearly emotionally unstable after a divorce. We both know I'm not unstable, Yusuf, just inconvenient." I reached for his water glass, took a sip. "The question is, what are you going to do about it?" "Do?" He laughed, but it didn't reach his eyes. "There's nothing to do. You have no proof of anything." "Don't I?" I set down the glass. "Melissa." Ava flinched as if I'd slapped her. "That's right," I continued. "I know who you are. Oregon 2018, Denver 2020, and now here. Same scam, different names." "You're delusional," Ava hissed, but her fingers were white around her clutch. "Am I?" I turned back to Yusuf. "Did you know about her past when you hired her, or did you find out later when you decided to become partners in more ways than one?" Yusuf's jaw tightened. "Sadie, you're making a scene." "No, I'm making a point." I leaned closer. "I know what you've done. I know you're planning to disappear with my client's money, and I know you think you've covered your tracks. If you knew anything," Yusuf said quietly, "you'd have gone to the police." "Maybe I have." His eyes narrowed. "You haven't, because there's nothing to find that doesn't lead back to you." There it was. Not quite a confession, but close. "So that was the plan?" I asked. "Frame me for the embezzlement. Buy my share of the firm from Arthur for pennies while I'm fighting criminal charges, then disappear with the money." "There is no plan," Yusuf insisted, but his eyes flickered to Ava again. "It's a good plan," I admitted. "Elegant, using my login, my identity, making the transfers look like they came from me." I paused. "There's just one problem." "And what's that?" Ava asked, unable to help herself. "You got greedy." I nodded toward the necklace. "Taking my grandmother's jewelry? That was personal. That made it about hurting me, not just about the money." "I don't know what—" "Stop lying," I cut her off. "It's boring and we don't have much time. Arthur will be calling soon to say he's running late." Yusuf went very still. "How do you know that?" "Because I told him to," I smiled. "Did you really think he'd sell me out? Arthur's been my friend for 15 years. He was at our wedding, Yusuf. He held your bachelor party. Something shifted in Yusuf's expression, the first flicker of uncertainty. What do you want? He asked finally. A confession. I kept my voice steady. Admit what you've done. Return the money. Walk away. Ava laughed high and brittle. Or what? You have nothing. I have this. I pulled out my phone, showing them the email Isaiah had found. And I have the offshore account numbers, the flight reservations, the company registration with my forged signature. Circumstantial, Yusuf dismissed, but I could see the calculation in his eyes. Maybe. I leaned back. But it's enough to start an investigation, enough to freeze the accounts until the truth comes out, enough to keep you from disappearing with my client's money. Yusuf's phone rang. Arthur, right on schedule. He silenced it without looking away from me. You're bluffing, he said quietly. Am I? I stood, buttoning my blazer. The recording device pressed against my ribs, still running. I guess we'll find out tomorrow when the FBI shows up at your door. I turned to leave, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. Wait. I paused, not turning around. What if we could make a deal? Yusuf asked, his voice lower now. The money goes back. No one has to know. I turned slowly, meeting his eyes. Say it. Say what? Say what you did. I want to hear you admit it. Ava started to speak, but Yusuf silenced her with a look. Fine, he said. We took the money. We used your login, your identity. We were going to disappear and let you take the fall. His voice hardened. Happy now? I felt nothing. No triumph, no vindication. Just a hollow space where love had been. The necklace, I said, looking at Ava. Take it off. Her hand went to her throat. No. Take it off, I repeated. Or I walk out that door and call the FBI right now. With trembling fingers, she unclasped the necklace, dropping it on the table between us. I picked it up, the sapphire cool against my palm. My grandmother's voice seemed to whisper from it. You are stronger than you know. The money will be returned by noon tomorrow, I said, slipping the necklace into my pocket. All of it, or the recording of this conversation goes to the police. Yusuf's eyes widened. What recording? I smiled, my finger finding the button on the device. This one. The soft click was barely audible, but in the silence between us, it sounded like a thunderclap. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? I sat in my living room, the recording device on the coffee table in front of me, replaying Yusuf's confession until his voice became just noise, stripped of its power to hurt me. By dawn, I'd made my decision. Kennedy arrived first, then Rebecca, then Isaiah. They found me making coffee in the kitchen, still wearing yesterday's clothes, my eyes gritty with exhaustion, but my mind clear. Did they return the money? Kennedy asked, without preamble. I handed her a printout of the bank transfers. Every penny. Completed an hour ago. Jesus. She scanned the document. They actually did it. They had no choice. I poured coffee into mugs, my movements mechanical. The recording gave them no way out. So it's over, Rebecca said, relief evident in her voice. You won. I didn't answer immediately, passing out the coffee instead. The morning light streamed through the kitchen windows, catching dust motes in its beam. Outside, a neighbor walked her dog. Normal life continuing as if nothing had changed. Sadie? Isaiah prompted. What are you thinking? I took a breath. I'm thinking about what winning really means. They exchanged glances, sensing something in my tone. The money's back, Kennedy said slowly. You have proof they tried to frame you. What more do you want? Justice. I met her eyes. Real justice, not just for me. Isaiah leaned forward. You're going to the police. It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. This morning, with the recording, the financial records, everything. But you got what you wanted, Rebecca protested. Why risk it? Because it's not just about me. I gripped my mug tighter. Yusuf and Ava have done this before. They'll do it again if they get away with it. To someone else's firm, someone else's clients. You don't owe those hypothetical people anything, Kennedy argued. And taking this to the police means everything becomes public. The firm's reputation will survive, I finished for her, because we did nothing wrong, because we caught the fraud and returned the money before any clients were harmed. Kennedy shook her head. It's not that simple. The publicity alone could... It is that simple, I interrupted. We're lawyers, Kennedy. We believe in the law, or we should. What message does it send if I use that recording just to save myself and then let them walk away? The room fell silent. I could see them wrestling with it. The practical versus the principled. Safety versus justice. There's something else, I added quietly. Something I haven't told you. I pulled out my phone, opened an email Isaiah had forwarded me late last night. Before Ava, before Melissa, there was another identity, another firm. I handed the phone to Kennedy. The lawyer who caught them that time didn't go public, took the money back and let them leave town. Kennedy read the email, her expression darkening. They stole from client accounts meant for a children's cancer charity. Yes, I took the phone back, and 2 years later they did it again in Denver, and now here. It doesn't stop unless someone stops them. Rebecca touched my arm. Are you sure about this? Once you go to the police, there's no turning back. I'm sure. For the first time in days, I felt certain. I need to do this. Not for revenge, for justice. Then we're with you, Isaiah said simply. Kennedy sighed but nodded her agreement. All the way. Thank you. I looked at each of them, these people who'd stood by me through the worst days of my life. But there's one more thing I need to do first. Alone. The divorce papers waited on my kitchen table. Yusuf's lawyer had delivered them the day after the restaurant confrontation. Standard boilerplate, nothing vindictive. A clean break, just as he'd promised that first night. I'd read them carefully, looking for traps, for hidden clauses. There were none, just the dissolution of 7 years of marriage reduced to legal terminology and signature lines. My pen hovered over the paper. One signature and it would be done. Legally, at least. The doorbell rang. I opened it to find Arthur on my porch, looking uncertain. Rebecca said you might need a friend, he explained. I stepped back to let him in. I'm signing the papers. He nodded, following me to the kitchen. Are you okay? No. I picked up the pen again. But I will be. Arthur watched as I signed each flagged page, his presence steady and undemanding. When I reached the final signature line, I paused. I loved him, I said, the words catching in my throat. Even after everything, some part of me still... I know. Arthur's voice was gentle. That's what makes you different from him. I signed my name one last time, then set down the pen. It's done. Not quite. Arthur reached into his jacket, pulled out an envelope. Rebecca asked me to give you this. After. Inside was a single key and an address I didn't recognize. What is this? A cabin, he explained. On the lake. Rebecca's family owns it. She thought you might want somewhere quiet to go after the police. The simple kindness of it, this offering of sanctuary, broke something loose inside me. Not grief, exactly. Something lighter. Tell her thank you, I said, closing my fingers around the key. But I think I need to stay, to see this through. Arthur nodded, understanding. And after? After? I looked around the kitchen, the home I'd built, the life I'd planned. None of it what I'd expected, but all of it mine. After I rebuild, on my terms this time. I gathered the signed papers, slid them into their envelope. One chapter closing, another beginning. You know what the strangest part is? I said, sealing the envelope. I thought losing him would destroy me. I thought he was essential, like oxygen. And now? I smiled. A real smile, the first in what felt like forever. Now I know better. He wasn't oxygen. He was just a man who couldn't see what he had. I placed the divorce papers on the counter, ready to be delivered, ready to be finished. And what I had, I said, was always more than enough.
I could hear them laughing from the driveway. I sat in my car, engine off, watching the golden light spill from my mother's windows. Shadows moved across the curtains. My sisters dancing probably. The annual Stewart family celebration was in full swing, and I was late. Again. My fingers tightened around the small gift box on my lap. Inside was a vintage brooch I'd spent 3 months tracking down, a replica of one my grandmother had owned. The one my mother had always said reminded her of happier times. I didn't want to go in. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to start the car and drive away. But I was 34 years old, too old to still be seeking maternal approval, like some desperate teenager. "Just get it over with, Trisha," I muttered to myself, shoving the car door open. The blast of music hit me as soon as I opened the front door. No one noticed me slip inside. I stood in the entryway, watching them, my family, yet not quite mine. Natalia was at the center of it all, of course. My younger sister twirled in a crimson dress, her laugh musical, as she accepted a glass of champagne from Jesse, our stepfather. His face glowed with pride. Michelle and Michaela flanked them, all perfect teeth and synchronized movements, like they'd rehearsed being a family. My mother, Denise, sat in her favorite armchair, surveying her kingdom. Even at 55, she commanded the room. Her gaze drifted over to me, and for a split second, I thought I saw something like disappointment flash across her face before she composed herself. "Trisha, you made it." Her voice carried across the room, silencing conversations. Everyone turned to look at me. I forced a smile, suddenly aware of my sensible black pants and department store blouse. Next to Natalia's designer dress, I might as well have been wearing a trash bag. "Sorry I'm late. Work ran long." The lie slipped out easily. I'd actually spent 40 minutes in my car around the corner, trying to talk myself into coming. "Always working," my mother said, with a tight smile. "Come, we were just about to do gifts." I moved through the room, accepting awkward side hugs and cheek kisses. Simon, my best friend since college, gave me a genuine smile from the corner where he nursed a whiskey. Thank God I'd convinced him to come. I needed at least one person who was actually on my side. "Nice of you to grace us with your presence," Natalia said, her words friendly, but her eyes cold. Mom was starting to worry. "Was she?" I asked, knowing full well my mother hadn't texted or called. Jesse clapped his hands. "Present time, ladies. Denise has something special for each of you." We gathered around my mother's chair like supplicants before a queen. One by one, my sisters received their envelopes. Each contained the same thing: confirmation that they were beneficiaries of our mother's substantial estate, equal shares to be inherited upon her death. A morbid tradition she'd started after her cancer scare 3 years ago. "So you never forget how much I love you," she always said, as if money and love were interchangeable. When it was my turn, I stepped forward, first offering my gift. "I found it in an antique shop in Portland," I said, as she unwrapped the brooch. She glanced at it. "How thoughtful." The brooch disappeared into her pocket without a second look. Then she handed me my envelope. It felt lighter than the others. I opened it slowly, aware of everyone watching. Inside wasn't the usual legal document, but a handwritten letter. My eyes scanned the first line, and my stomach dropped. "Dearest Trisha, I've made the difficult decision to remove you from my will." The room kept moving around me, but I was suddenly underwater, sounds muffled, vision blurring at the edges. I forced myself to keep reading. "Your sisters have families to consider, futures to build. You've always been so independent, so capable of taking care of yourself. I know you'll understand this is for the best." I looked up. My mother was watching me, her expression unreadable. Did the others know? The way Natalia smirked suggested she did. "Everything okay?" Simon asked from beside me, his voice low. I folded the letter carefully, sliding it back into the envelope. "Perfect," I said, my voice steady despite the earthquake happening inside me. "Just perfect." Later, as everyone moved to the dining room, my mother caught my arm. "You understand, don't you?" she whispered. "You've never really been part of this family in the same way, not since you were born." The words hit like a physical blow. "What does that mean?" She patted my hand. "Let's not make a scene. This is a celebration." I watched her walk away, joining the others at the table where they clinked glasses and laughed. 34 years of trying to belong, of making myself smaller, of accepting scraps of affection, all for nothing. In that moment, something inside me hardened. The hurt crystallized into something sharper, more dangerous. If I wasn't family enough to inherit, I wasn't family enough to keep her secrets either. I slipped the letter into my purse and pulled out my phone. Opening the voice recorder app, my mother had no idea what she'd just started. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? The letter sat on my nightstand, like a bomb waiting to detonate. At 4 a.m., I gave up trying, made coffee, and watched the sunrise from my apartment window. By 8 a.m., I was sitting at my mother's breakfast table, forcing myself to smile as if nothing had happened, as if I hadn't spent the night replaying every moment of my life, searching for the exact point where I became disposable. More coffee, Trisha? Jessie asked, the newspaper creating a barrier between us. Please. I held out my cup, my phone recording in my pocket. Every word, every interaction. I'd capture it all now. My mother breezed in, immaculate in her silk robe. You're here early, she said, surprise evident in her voice. I thought you'd have left already. Wanted to spend more time with everyone, I lied. Since I'm not around much. Natalia snorted into her orange juice. That's an understatement. You missed Mom's birthday last month. I was in Seattle for work, I said, the familiar defensiveness rising. Some of us don't have trust funds to fall back on. Girls, my mother warned, though her eyes lingered on me with disapproval. Michelle and Michaela joined us, both looking fresh despite last night's celebration. Michelle immediately went to our mother, kissing her cheek. Morning, Mom. I made your favorite smoothie. You're an angel, my mother said, accepting it with a smile I'd never received. I watched them, these perfect daughters who knew exactly how to please her. What had I missed? What secret language of maternal love had I failed to learn? I thought we could all go shopping today, Natalia suggested. There's a new boutique downtown I've been dying to check out. Wonderful idea, my mother agreed. Trisha, will you join us? The invitation surprised me. Sure, yes. Excellent. She sipped her smoothie. Though you might want to change first, something a bit more presentable. I looked down at my perfectly normal outfit and bit back a retort. Of course. After breakfast, I excused myself for a walk, needing air that wasn't perfumed with my mother's expectations. The neighborhood was quiet, suburban perfection stretching in every direction. I'd grown up here but never felt I belonged. My phone buzzed. Simon, how are you holding up? He asked when I answered. I'm fine. Bullshit. I saw your face when you read that letter, I sighed, finding a bench beneath an oak tree. She cut me out completely, Simon, like I'm nothing. You're not nothing. You're the most successful one of the bunch. You built your career without their help. That's exactly her justification. I'm independent. Code for not our problem. What are you going to do? I watched a leaf spiral down from the tree. I'm going to make her admit the truth, all of it. I've started recording everything. Trisha, don't try to talk me out of it. I wasn't going to. His voice softened. I was going to say, be careful, and maybe check the laws about recording people without consent. I almost smiled. Already did. One-party consent state. As long as I'm part of the conversation, it's legal. Of course you checked. He paused. What truth are you hoping to get? I don't know exactly, but there's something. Last night she said, I've never really been part of this family, not since you were born. What does that even mean? You think there's more to the story. I know there is, and I'm going to find out what. I hung up and headed back, taking a shortcut through the garden path that connected to the rear of my mother's property. As I approached, I heard voices from the gazebo, Natalia and my mother. I slowed, stepping carefully to avoid the gravel path. My phone was already recording. Can't believe you actually did it, Natalia was saying. I thought you'd chicken out. I gave her fair warning, my mother replied. She's made her choices. Still, cutting her out completely is cold, even for you. It's necessary. After what Jessie found out about her meetings with the lawyer, we can't risk it. My heart stuttered. What meetings? I hadn't spoken to any lawyer. What if she fights it? Natalia asked. She won't. Trisha has always been desperate for approval. She'll accept this like she's accepted everything else. Quietly, with that martyred look she's perfected. I pressed my hand against my mouth to keep from making a sound. Besides, my mother continued, she has no idea about the real estate holdings or the offshore accounts. As far as she knows, the will only covers the house and basic investments. And you're sure Jessie can keep it that way? If she ever found out how much is really at stake, she won't. Jessie has made sure of it. The paperwork is ironclad, and the only copy of the full portfolio is in the safe. She'll never know what she's missing. I backed away slowly, mind racing. There was more money, much more, and they were hiding it. But why cut me out? What had I supposedly done? As I turned to leave, my foot caught on a garden hose. The resulting clatter wasn't loud, but in the quiet morning, it might as well have been a gunshot. What was that? My mother's voice sharpened. I didn't wait to find out. I ran, not caring about the noise now, heart pounding in my chest. I made it to the side gate and slipped through, pressing my back against the fence. They weren't just excluding me. They were actively conspiring against me. And now I had proof. The hospital corridor smelled of disinfectant and desperation. I'd gotten the call 3 hours after fleeing the garden. My mother had collapsed during their shopping trip. Not serious, Natalia had assured me. Just low blood pressure, but they were keeping her overnight for observation. I clutched my purse, feeling the weight of my phone inside. The recording from this morning burned in my pocket like contraband. My mother's room was at the end of the hall. Through the half-open door, I could see her lying in bed, eyes closed, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. Jessie sat beside her, his hand covering hers, the perfect concerned husband. I hesitated in the doorway, suddenly uncertain. What was I doing? Was I really going to confront my dying mother? She wasn't dying, I reminded myself. Low blood pressure, and she'd been perfectly fine plotting against me this morning. Jessie looked up, his expression hardening when he saw me. Trisha, you came. Of course I came. I stepped into the room, setting my purse on the visitor's chair. How is she? Resting. Doctor says it's nothing serious, but at her age, they want to monitor her. At 55, my mother was hardly ancient, but I nodded anyway. I need coffee, Jessie said abruptly. Stay with her. I nodded again, watching him leave. As soon as the door closed behind him, I pulled out my phone and opened the recording app. My mother's eyes fluttered open. Trisha, I'm here. I moved closer, sitting in the chair Jessie had vacated. How are you feeling? Tired. She reached for the water cup on her tray. I helped her take a sip. Where are the girls? The girls. Never your sisters. Always separate. Natalia said they went to get food. I pressed record on my phone, setting it on the bed beside her hand. Mom, I need to ask you something. She sighed. If this is about the will, it's not just about the will, it's about why. Why have you always treated me differently? Her eyes, so like mine, studied my face. You've always been different, Trisha, from the moment you were born. What does that mean? You said the same thing last night. She was quiet for so long, I thought she might not answer. Then, you were supposed to be a boy. I blinked. What? We had the tests. They said you were a boy. We painted the nursery blue. Bought little sailor outfits. A faint smile touched her lips. Your father was so excited. He'd always wanted a son to carry on the family name. So, you've resented me for 34 years because I was born female. Don't be dramatic. It wasn't just that. She shifted in the bed. You were difficult from the start. Colicky. Wouldn't sleep. Your father started staying at work later and later to avoid the crying. I was a baby, I said, incredulous. Then you grew into a stubborn child, always questioning, never accepting. The others were easier. The others came after Dad left. Her face hardened. Yes, after he left me with a difficult child and mountains of debt. I felt like I'd been slapped. You blame me for him leaving. I'm just stating facts. She reached for her water, again. You asked why I've treated you differently. There's your answer. I stared at her. This woman who had given birth to me, raised me, and apparently resented me every step of the way. That's not an answer, that's an excuse. Believe what you want, you always do. My phone buzzed with a text, drawing her attention to it. Her eyes narrowed. Are you recording this? I didn't answer. She grabbed for my phone, but I was faster. You are. You're recording me? In a hospital bed? I want the truth, Mom, about everything. The offshore accounts, the real estate holdings. Her face went white. What are you talking about? I heard you and Natalia this morning. I know there's more money than you've admitted to. I know Jesse is helping you hide it. You were spying on me. Her voice rose. In my own home? I was walking in the garden and heard you plotting against me. A nurse appeared in the doorway. Everything okay in here? My mother composed herself instantly. Fine, thank you. My daughter was just leaving. I'm not. Yes, you are. Her voice was ice. And don't come back until you're ready to apologize. The nurse gave me a pointed look. I grabbed my purse, hands shaking with anger and something else. Hurt, raw, and familiar. In the hallway, I checked my phone. The recording had saved, but when I played it back, there was nothing but static and the occasional unintelligible murmur. The hospital equipment must have interfered with the audio. I leaned against the wall, fighting tears of frustration. All that confrontation for nothing. Trisha, I looked up to see Michaela, my youngest sister, approaching with a paper bag. Are you okay? Fine, I said automatically, wiping my eyes. You don't look fine. She hesitated, then held out the bag. I got an extra sandwich, turkey and avocado. The simple kindness nearly undid me. Of all my sisters, Michaela had always been the least caught up in the family politics. Thanks, I said, taking it. She glanced toward our mother's room. She's not really sick, is she? What do you mean? Michaela lowered her voice. I overheard Natalia on the phone with Jesse before we came. Something about creating a controlled environment to talk to Mom about the changes. Changes to the will, I think? She shrugged. I don't know the details. No one tells me anything important. I knew that feeling all too well. Michaela, I said carefully, what would you say if I told you Mom and Jesse are hiding assets, that there's more money than anyone knows about? Her eyes widened. I'd say, that explains a lot. Like why Natalia suddenly quit her job last year, but still bought that condo downtown. I stared at her, seeing my sister, really seeing her, for the first time in years. She wasn't just the baby of the family. She was observant, and possibly an ally. We should talk, I said. Not here. She nodded, understanding immediately. Coffee shop on Maple, tomorrow at 10? I'll be there. As she walked away, I felt something shift inside me. This wasn't just about me anymore. If they were hiding money, who else were they hurting? What else were they hiding? I needed answers, and I needed a better plan. The coffee shop on Maple was busy for a Tuesday morning. I arrived 15 minutes early, claimed a corner table, and ordered a latte I didn't touch. My stomach was too knotted to handle caffeine. I'd spent the night researching recording devices. My phone wasn't cutting it. Too obvious, too unreliable. I needed something better. Michaela arrived at 10:05, windblown and apologetic. Sorry I'm late. Natalia kept calling, wanting updates on Mom. Is she still in the hospital? No, they released her last night. She's home resting. Michaela shrugged off her jacket, or pretending to rest while holding court from her bedroom. I smiled despite myself. Michaela had always seen through our mother's dramatics. So, she said, after ordering her own drink, tell me what's going on. I hesitated, suddenly aware of how crazy it all sounded. I think Mom, Jesse, and Natalia are hiding significant assets, and I think they're cutting me out of the will to keep me from finding out. Michaela didn't look surprised. What kind of assets? Real estate holdings, offshore accounts. I don't know the details yet. And you know this how? I overheard Mom and Natalia talking. I didn't mention the recording. Not yet. They specifically mentioned keeping me in the dark about how much money is really at stake. Michaela stirred her coffee thoughtfully. That tracks with some weird stuff I've noticed. Last month, Jesse had me sign some papers for a family investment. When I asked questions, he got super defensive. What kind of papers? Something about a property transfer. He said it was just moving things around for tax purposes. She frowned. I should have read it more carefully, but he was rushing me. My mind raced. Do you remember anything specific? Names, locations? There was something about Westlake Properties, and I think a date, June 15th. 3 days from now. Whatever they were planning was happening soon. Michaela, I need your help. I'm going to find out what they're hiding, but I can't do it alone. She bit her lip. What exactly are you asking me to do? Nothing illegal, I assured her. Just keep your eyes and ears open. Let me know if you see anything unusual. And maybe help me get access to Mom's house when no one's home. You want to search the house? Jesse mentioned a safe. If there's documentation of these hidden assets, that's where it would be. Michaela looked uncomfortable. Trisha, I don't know. They're using you, I said bluntly. Having you sign papers you don't understand. Don't you want to know what you're involved in? She stared into her coffee. What if we find something bad? Really bad. Then we deal with it, together. After a long moment, she nodded. Okay, I'll help, but we have to be careful. We will be. I reached across the table and squeezed her hand. Thank you. As we finished our coffees, the door chimed. Simon walked in, spotted me, and headed over. Hey, he said, nodding to Michaela. Didn't expect to see you here. Just catching up with my sister, I said, giving him a look that said we'd talk later. Cool, mind if I join you? Michaela checked her watch. Actually, I need to go. Yoga class. She gathered her things, then hesitated. I'll text you about that thing we discussed. After she left, Simon took her seat. What thing? She's going to help me get into Mom's house. His eyebrows shot up. Breaking and entering now, are we? It's not breaking in if she lets me in. And what exactly are you hoping to find? Evidence, documents, anything that explains what they're hiding. I leaned forward. I need a recording device, something small, reliable. My phone isn't working. Simon's expression grew serious. Trisha, I'm worried about you. This is escalating fast. They're the ones escalating it. I'm just trying to protect myself. Are you? Because it sounds like you're on a revenge mission. I sat back, stung. That's not fair. Isn't it? You've spent your whole life trying to prove yourself to your mother. Now that she's officially rejected you, you're going to expose all her secrets. Sounds like revenge to me. It's not. I stopped, the denial dying on my lips. Was he right? Was this all just wounded pride and retaliation? Look, Simon said, gentler now. I'm on your side, always have been. But I need to know what we're really doing here. You think I'm letting you do this alone? He smiled, but his eyes remained concerned. I just want to make sure we're clear on the end game. I stared at my cold latte. What was my end game? To be acknowledged? To hurt my mother the way she'd hurt me? Or was there something more at stake? They're hiding money, I said finally. A lot of it. From the sound of it. And they're manipulating Michaela into signing documents she doesn't understand. I need to know what's really going on. Simon studied me. Okay, I believe you, but promise me something. What? If we find out there's nothing shady happening, if it turns out this is just normal rich people tax avoidance, you'll let it go. I wanted to argue, but he deserved honesty. I'll try. He nodded, accepting this. I have a friend who works in surveillance. I'll see what he can do about a recording device. Thank you. As we left the coffee shop, my phone buzzed with a text from Michaela. Mom's having lunch with her friends tomorrow. House will be empty from 12:03. I'll leave the side door unlocked. I showed Simon the message. Well, he said, looks like we have less than 24 hours to prepare for a heist. Not a heist, just reconnaissance. Whatever helps you sleep at night. He bumped my shoulder with his. For what it's worth, I think you're right about them hiding something. Your mother's always been too careful with her image. What do you mean? People that obsessed with appearances usually have something to hide. He gave me a significant look. The question is, are you prepared for what that might be? I wasn't sure I was. But I was even less prepared to walk away. Tomorrow at noon, I said, we find out what's in that safe. As we parted ways, I felt a strange mix of dread and anticipation. Whatever happened tomorrow, there would be no going back. I was crossing a line, becoming someone my mother had perhaps always feared I might be, someone who refused to stay in the shadows, who demanded truth regardless of the cost. Part of me wondered if that was exactly what she'd been trying to prevent all along. Jessie's study smelled of leather and secrets. Simon stood watch at the window, while I methodically searched the room. The weight of the tiny recording device he'd procured now pinned inside my bra. Getting into the house had been easy. Michaela had kept her word about the side door. Finding the safe was proving more challenging. Hurry up, Simon whispered. We've been here 20 minutes already. I ran my hands along the bookshelf, checking for hollow spaces. It has to be here somewhere. What if it's in their bedroom? I'd avoided the master bedroom, some last vestige of childhood respect holding me back. Let's check the study thoroughly first. The large painting behind Jesse's desk caught my attention. A generic landscape that seemed at odds with his usual taste for modern art. I lifted it carefully. Bingo. The wall safe was small but sophisticated, with a digital keypad rather than a traditional dial. Found it, I called softly. Simon joined me. Great. Now we just need the combination to a state-of-the-art security system. No problem. I ignored his sarcasm, studying the keypad. What would Jesse use? His birthday? Too obvious. My mother's? Maybe. I tried her birth date. 5/22/66. Access denied. Their anniversary. 11/14/10. Access denied. Try Natalia's birthday, Simon suggested. She's the favorite, right? I entered 070989. The light flashed green. The lock clicked. Unbelievable, I muttered, swinging the door open. Inside were several folders, a small jewelry box, and a USB drive. I grabbed the folders first, spreading them on Jesse's desk. The top one contained what looked like property deeds, 6 of them, for locations across 3 states, all listed under Westlake Properties LLC. This is it, I said, flipping through the pages. Properties worth millions, all hidden under this company name. Simon examined another folder. Trisha, look at this. He handed me a document titled Trust Agreement. I scanned it quickly, my blood running cold. They created a trust, I said, for Natalia, Michelle, and Michaela, but not me. Keep reading. I flipped to the next page and froze. There, in black and white, was the reason. In recognition that Trisha Stewart is not a biological descendant of Denise Meyer. The room tilted. I gripped the edge of the desk. I'm not her daughter. My voice sounded distant, like it belonged to someone else. Simon took the paper, reading further. It says your biological mother was someone named Catherine Winters. She died in childbirth. That's impossible. She's lying. This is just another way to cut me out. But even as I said it, pieces clicked into place. The constant feeling of being an outsider. My mother's, no, Denise's, inability to bond with me. You were supposed to be a boy. Not just a boy, but someone else's boy. There's more, Simon said gently. Medical records. He handed me another folder. Inside were hospital documents from 34 years ago. A birth certificate with Catherine Winters, listed as mother. A death certificate dated the same day. And adoption papers, signed by my father and Denise. She adopted me when she married my dad. I whispered. I never knew. Trisha. All these years, she let me think. I couldn't finish the thought. Rage and grief collided inside me, stealing my breath. She let me believe I wasn't good enough, that I'd done something wrong, when really, she just couldn't love another woman's child. Simon put his arm around me. We should go, take pictures of everything, and put it back. I nodded numbly, reaching for my phone. As I photographed the documents, a new thought struck me. The trust, I said. How much is in it? Simon checked. According to this, just over 12 million. And they're using Westlake Properties to hide it from taxes. Not exactly. He frowned at the paperwork. It looks like they're transferring assets into this company. Then the company pays into the trust. It's all structured to minimize estate taxes. But what? Some of these transfers look questionable, like they're moving money from other sources. I thought of Jesse's investment firm, his wealthy clients. You think they're embezzling? I'm not an accountant, but these numbers don't add up cleanly. I took more photos, making sure to capture every page. We need to... The sound of a car door slamming cut me off. Simon rushed to the window. Shit, your mother's back. She's supposed to be at lunch until 3. I frantically gathered the papers, shoving them back into their folders. Well, she's here now, with Jesse. I replaced everything in the safe, exactly as I'd found it, closed it, and hung the painting. We need to get out. Too late. They're coming in the front door. I heard my mother's voice in the foyer, then Jesse's response. They were heading toward the study. The closet, I hissed, pulling Simon toward the walk-in storage closet at the back of the room. We barely made it inside, closing the door just as they entered the study. Through the slats in the door, I could see them. Denise settling into an armchair while Jesse went to his desk. Did you call the lawyer? She asked. Yes. The papers will be ready to sign on Thursday. Jesse opened his laptop. Once the final transfers are complete, the trust will be fully funded. And Trisha won't be able to touch it? Not a penny. The trust is ironclad. My mother, no, Denise, sighed. I still don't understand why she's so fixated on this. She's never cared about money before. It's not about money for her, Jesse said. It's about belonging. The simple truth of his statement hit me like a physical blow. He understood what I wanted better than she ever had. Well, she doesn't belong, Denise said sharply. She never has. Richard forced me to adopt her, but that doesn't make her mine. Denise. No, I've pretended long enough. I raised her, I provided for her, but I never felt what I feel for my real daughters. Is that so terrible to admit? In the closet, tears streamed down my face. Simon's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing tight. What if she finds out about Catherine? Jesse asked. About the circumstances. She won't. Those records are sealed. And the only other person who knew the truth was Richard. And he's been dead for 15 years. Jesse looked unconvinced. Secrets have a way of surfacing. Then we'll deal with it. Denise stood. I'm going to lie down. This whole situation has given me a migraine. After they left, Simon and I waited 5 agonizing minutes before slipping out of the closet. Trisha, he started. I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. My entire identity had just been shattered. I wasn't who I thought I was, and somewhere in their conversation was another secret. Something about the circumstances of my birth mother's death. We need to find out who Catherine Winters was, I said, as we crept toward the side door, and what really happened to her. The mission had changed. This wasn't just about money or revenge anymore. It was about finding the truth of who I really was. 3 days of obsessive research had yielded little about Catherine Winters. No social media footprint, no public records beyond her death certificate. It was as if she'd barely existed. I sat cross-legged on my apartment floor, surrounded by printouts and notes, when my phone rang. Sawyer Lawson. My stomach tightened. Sawyer and I had a complicated history. We'd started as rivals at the same marketing firm, competing for the same accounts, the same promotions. Then last year, during the Westbrook campaign, something shifted. We'd been forced to collaborate. And I discovered he wasn't the enemy I'd imagined. He was brilliant, driven, and unexpectedly kind. When my father's death anniversary hit me harder than usual, we'd almost become something more, until I'd pulled away, unable to handle another person who might eventually find me wanting. I hadn't spoken to him in months. Sawyer, I answered, trying to sound normal. This is unexpected. Trisha. His voice was warm, familiar. I heard about your mother, hospital stay, right? Everything okay? I almost laughed at the absurdity. Nothing was okay. She's fine. Just low blood pressure. Good, that's good. He paused. Listen, I'm calling because I saw something strange. Probably nothing. But it had your name on it. My pulse quickened. What do you mean? I was at Meridian Bank yesterday, meeting with a client. While I was waiting, I overheard someone at the next desk, a woman arguing about access to safety deposit boxes. She mentioned your name specifically. Who was she? No idea. Mid-30s, expensive clothes, very entitled attitude. Natalia, had to be. What exactly did she say about me? Something like, we need to secure those items before Trisha finds out they exist. The banker kept telling her they couldn't change access protocols without proper documentation. My mind raced. More hidden assets? Or something about Catherine? Sawyer, I need a favor. A big one. Name it. Can you meet me? Tonight? I need to show you something. 2 hours later, we sat at my kitchen table. The safe documents spread between us. I'd told him everything. The will, the recordings, the safe, Catherine Winters. Sawyer studied the trust agreement, his expression grave. This is a lot. I know it sounds crazy, like I'm paranoid or vindictive. Actually, it sounds like you've been systematically excluded from your family and are trying to understand why. He looked up. Finding out you're adopted would shake anyone. His validation nearly undid me. I blinked back tears. The bank boxes Natalia was trying to access, I said, refocusing. They must contain something important, something they don't want you to find. Sawyer tapped the adoption papers. Maybe more information about your birth mother. That's what I'm thinking. But how do I access them? I don't even know which branch they're at. Sawyer hesitated. I might be able to help with that. My client is a senior VP at Meridian. I could ask some discreet questions. You'd do that? Of course. He reached across the table, his hand covering mine. Trisha, you deserve to know the truth. The simple kindness broke something in me. I'd been running on anger and adrenaline for days, holding myself together through sheer force of will. Now, with one gentle touch, the dam cracked. What if the truth is worse? I whispered. What if I find out something terrible? Then you'll deal with it. You're the strongest person I know. I shook my head. I'm not. I'm falling apart. No, you're standing up for yourself, maybe for the first time. His eyes held mine. That takes real courage. My phone buzzed. A text from Michaela. Emergency family meeting tomorrow night. Mom says attendance mandatory. Something about the will. I showed Sawyer the message. They're accelerating their timeline, he said. The question is why. They must suspect I know something. I stood, pacing. I need more time. I need to find out about Catherine before confronting them. Maybe this meeting is your opportunity. Get them all together, record everything. And say what? Hey, I broke into your safe and know I'm adopted. No, just listen. See what they reveal. People who are hiding things often say more than they intend to. He was right. This meeting could be my chance to gather final evidence before making my move. I'll need a better recording device, I said. One that can capture everything, even if I'm not directly involved in the conversation. Sawyer nodded. I know someone who can help with that. As he made a call, I stared at the adoption papers. Catherine Winters, my real mother, dead the day I was born. Sawyer, I said when he finished his call, there's something else bothering me. Something Jesse said about the circumstances of Catherine's death. What if it wasn't natural causes? You think there was foul play? I don't know, but Denise said my father was the only other person who knew the truth. That sounds ominous. Sawyer considered this. Your father, your adoptive father, when did he die? 15 years ago. Car accident. And he never told you about Catherine? Never. He and I were close, but I trailed off, a memory surfacing. Wait, the summer before he died, he tried to talk to me about something important, said there was something I should know when I turned 21. But then the accident happened, and Denise never mentioned it. No. A chill ran through me. What if he was going to tell me about Catherine? What if Denise made sure he couldn't? The moment I said it aloud, I knew how paranoid it sounded. God, listen to me. I'm spinning conspiracy theories now. Sawyer didn't laugh. It's not that far-fetched. There's clearly something they're desperate to hide. My phone buzzed again. Another text, this time from an unknown number. I know who you're looking for. Catherine Winters was my friend. Meet me tomorrow, 10 a.m. Riverside Park bench near the old boathouse. Come alone. I showed Sawyer, my hand trembling. It could be a trap, he warned. Or it could be the answers I need. I took a deep breath. I have to go. Not alone. His expression was determined. I'll be nearby, just in case. As he left that night, Sawyer paused at the door. Whatever you find out tomorrow, remember something. Family isn't just blood. It's who stands by you when it matters. I nodded, throat tight with emotion. Tomorrow I would meet someone who knew my birth mother. Tomorrow night, I would face my adoptive family with whatever truths I'd uncovered. One way or another, everything was about to change. Riverside Park was quiet at 9:45 a.m., the morning mist still clinging to the grass. I spotted the bench near the old boathouse and sat, my hands cold, despite the warm June air. Sawyer was positioned at a cafe across the street, watching. His presence was the only thing keeping my nerves in check. At precisely 10 a.m., a woman approached, silver-haired, elegant, probably in her 60s. She carried a worn leather portfolio and studied me with intense blue eyes. "Tricia Stewart?" she asked. I nodded. "I'm Margaret Winters. Catherine was my sister. My aunt. I had an aunt." She sat beside me, her movements careful, deliberate. "I've been watching you for years, you know, from a distance. I promised myself I wouldn't interfere unless absolutely necessary." "Why now?" My voice sounded strange to my own ears. "Because you're looking for answers, and because I received a disturbing call from a lawyer asking about Catherine's medical records." She opened her portfolio. "Your mother, your adoptive mother, is trying to destroy evidence." "Evidence of what?" Margaret handed me a yellowed newspaper clipping. The headline read, "Local doctor dies in childbirth. Questions raised about care." "Catherine didn't just die," Margaret said quietly. "She was neglected, left to hemorrhage, while the doctor on call was nowhere to be found." I scanned the article. The doctor's name jumped out at me. Dr. Richard Stewart, my father. "No," I whispered. "That's not possible. Your father was having an affair with my sister. When she got pregnant, he panicked. His wife, Denise, had just suffered her second miscarriage. He convinced Catherine to keep the pregnancy secret, promised he'd leave Denise after the baby was born." The world tilted beneath me. "He was my biological father too?" Margaret nodded. "When Catherine went into labor, Richard was the doctor on call, but there were complications. Instead of calling for help immediately, he hesitated, tried to handle it himself. By the time the emergency team arrived, Catherine had lost too much blood. He let her die." The words felt like glass in my throat. The hospital investigation was inconclusive. Richard claimed he'd called for help earlier, that there had been a miscommunication. But the nurse's statements, she shook her head. Denise used her family connections to make it go away. The case was closed. Richard kept his license, and they adopted you. As what? A consolation prize? A reminder of his guilt? I don't know what was in their hearts. I only know they took you, and I was prevented from contesting the adoption. Denise's family had influence. I was young, single, deemed unsuitable. I stared at the article, my entire history rewriting itself. "Why didn't you find me later, when I was grown?" "I tried once. When you were about 20, I sent a letter to your father, asking to meet you. A week later, he died in that accident." Her eyes met mine. "I can't prove it wasn't really an accident. But the timing, you think Denise I couldn't finish the thought. I think she would do anything to protect her reputation, her perfect life. Margaret handed me a thick envelope. These are Catherine's journals, photos, medical records, everything I have of her. You should have them. My hands trembled as I took the envelope. Thank you. There's one more thing. She pulled out a small box. Catherine wanted you to have this. It was her mother's. Our mother's. Inside was a delicate silver locket. I opened it to find a tiny photo of a young woman with my eyes, my smile. She loved you, Margaret said softly. She chose your name, Tricia, after our grandmother Patricia. Tears blurred my vision. I'd spent my life feeling unwanted, when all along, my first mother had loved me enough to name me, to leave me her most precious possession. The family meeting tonight, I said. I'm going to confront them with all of this. Margaret's expression darkened. Be careful. Denise has spent 34 years burying this secret. She won't let it come to light easily. I'm not afraid of her anymore. As Margaret left, I clutched the locket, feeling a connection to Catherine, to my true origins, for the first time. The grandfather clock in my mother's foyer struck 7 as I arrived for the family meeting. I wore the locket beneath my blouse, Catherine's journals, and Margaret's evidence secure in my bag. The recording device Sawyer had procured was discreetly pinned inside my jacket. Everyone was already gathered in the living room. Denise at the center, Jessie beside her. My sisters arranged around them like satellites. Their conversations stopped when I entered. Tricia, Denise said, surprise evident in her voice. You came. You said it was mandatory. I took the only empty seat, directly across from her. Something about the will? Yes. She exchanged glances with Jessie. We've made some adjustments that we wanted to discuss as a family. Adjustments, I repeated, like removing me entirely. A tense silence fell. Natalia shifted uncomfortably. Michelle looked confused. Only Michaela met my eyes with understanding. I see Natalia has been talking, Denise said coldly. Actually, I read the letter you gave me. Remember, at the family celebration, I leaned forward. But that's not all I know. Tricia, perhaps we should discuss this privately, Jessie began. No more secrets. I pulled out the trust documents, copies I'd made from the safe. I know about Westlake Properties, the offshore accounts, the trust that excludes me because I'm not a biological descendant. Gasps from Michelle and Michaela. Natalia went pale. You broke into our safe? Jessie's voice rose in outrage. I needed the truth, and now I have it. I turned to my sisters. Did you know that I'm adopted? That our father had an affair? That my biological mother died giving birth to me? That's enough. Denise stood, her face contorted with anger. You have no right. I have every right. I matched her, standing to face her. Catherine Winters was my mother. She died because Dad delayed getting her help, and you covered it up. You don't know what you're talking about, Denise hissed. I met Margaret today, Catherine's sister, my aunt. I pulled out the newspaper clipping. She gave me this, and Catherine's journals, and the medical records you've been trying to destroy. The color drained from Denise's face. You've been speaking with that woman. She told me everything. How you used your family's influence to close the investigation. How you threatened her to stay away. How Dad was going to tell me the truth before he died. Before his accident, Jessie corrected automatically. Was it an accident? I challenged. Or was it like Catherine's death, a convenient tragedy that protected your secrets? Denise slapped me. The crack echoed through the suddenly silent room. I didn't flinch. Hit me all you want. It doesn't change the truth. You want the truth? Denise's voice shook with rage. The truth is, your precious Catherine was a homewrecker who seduced my husband. The truth is your father made a mistake trying to deliver you himself. A mistake that cost her life. And yes, I covered it up. I adopted you. I gave you my name, my home, everything. Except your love, I said quietly. That was only for your real daughters. You were a constant reminder of his betrayal. How could I love that? Her words hung in the air, brutal in their honesty. I unclasped the locket, holding it up. Catherine loved me. She named me. She wanted me. My voice broke. All I ever wanted from you was the same, to be wanted. For the first time, I saw something like shame cross Denise's face. Play the recordings, I said to the room at large. All of them. Let everyone hear what you really think of me, what you've been hiding. I pressed play on my phone. Denise's voice filled the room. She's never really been part of this family, not since she was born. Then Jessie. Once the final transfers are complete, the trust will be fully funded. Denise again. I raised her, I provided for her, but I never felt what I feel for my real daughters. With each damning statement, my sister's expressions changed. Shock, confusion, betrayal. Even Natalia looked shaken. When the recordings finished, the silence was absolute. You recorded us? Jessie finally said. That's illegal. Actually, it's not. One-party consent state. I looked at each of them in turn. I don't want your money. I don't want your name. I just wanted the truth. And now everyone has it. I gathered my things, the weight of 34 years of rejection, finally lifting from my shoulders. I'm Catherine Winter's daughter, I said, my voice steady, and I'm done trying to be yours. As I walked toward the door, Michaela stood. Trisha, wait. I paused, turning back. I'm coming with you, she said. The beach house windows rattled against the evening wind. I sat on the worn deck, watching waves crash against the shore. Catherine's journals spread around me. I'd been reading them for hours, absorbing her words, her hopes, her love for the baby she'd never hold. The sliding door opened behind me. Michaela stepped out, 2 mugs of tea in hand. Thought you might need this, she said, settling beside me. It's getting cold. I accepted the mug gratefully. 3 days had passed since we'd walked out of Denise's house together. 3 days of phone calls ignored, messages deleted, and piecing together the truth from Catherine's writings. Find anything new? Michaela asked. She was an artist, I said, showing her a sketch tucked between journal pages, a self-portrait of Catherine, her pregnant belly rendered in loving detail. She painted landscapes, portraits. She was saving for a gallery space when she met Dad. Michaela studied the drawing. You have her eyes and her talent. I can barely draw a stick figure. I meant her talent for seeing people clearly. She bumped my shoulder gently. For standing your ground when it matters. My phone buzzed again. Natalia, for the 5th time today. I silenced it. You should talk to her eventually, Michaela said. She's been texting me too. What does she want? To apologize, I think. She says she didn't know about Catherine, about how Mom treated you. I believe her. I wasn't ready to forgive Natalia, her years of smug superiority, but I nodded anyway. Maybe someday. The truth was, I felt strangely empty. The vindication I'd expected. The satisfaction of finally exposing everything. It hadn't materialized. Instead, I felt hollowed out, scraped clean of the anger that had defined me for so long. Margaret called, I said. She's coming tomorrow, wants to show me photos, tell me more about Catherine. That's good, right? It is. It's just, I struggled to articulate the feeling. I spent my whole life wanting to belong to that family. Now I know I never did, never could. And I should feel liberated, but instead I feel lost. Michaela finished for me. Like you're floating without an anchor. I looked at her, surprised by her perception. What? She said. I'm not just the baby of the family, you know. I notice things. I'm starting to realize that. I sipped my tea. Why did you come with me? You had everything to lose. Michaela was quiet for a moment. Remember when I was 16? And Mom caught me smoking with those kids from Westlake? Everyone thought I'd get grounded for months. I nodded, unsure where this was going. You were the one who stood up for me, said it was normal teenage rebellion, that punishing me would only make it worse. She smiled at the memory. You were the only one who ever saw me as a person, not just the baby to be protected. That meant something. Her words warmed something in me. All those years feeling like an outsider, and I'd still managed to be there for her, in ways that mattered. A car pulled into the driveway, Simon's ancient Volvo. He and Sawyer had been taking turns checking on us, bringing groceries, helping me sort through the practical aftermath of upending my life. "I'll give you two some privacy," Michaela said with a knowing smile, heading inside. But it wasn't Simon who climbed the deck stairs. It was Denise. I stiffened, instinctively gathering Catherine's journals protectively. "Before you ask me to leave," she said, her voice lacking its usual authority, "please just give me 5 minutes." I said nothing, but didn't move to go inside. She took it as permission and sat in the chair Michaela had vacated, her back rigid. "I've spent 3 days thinking about what to say to you," she began, rehearsing explanations, justifications, but there aren't any, not really. The wind whipped her perfectly styled hair, making her look older, more vulnerable. "When Richard brought you home, I was still grieving my miscarriage. He told me adopting you was the right thing to do, that you needed a mother." Her hands twisted in her lap. "But every time I looked at you, I saw his betrayal, his lies. That wasn't my fault," I said quietly. "No, it wasn't." For the first time in my memory, her eyes filled with tears. "I told myself I was doing my best, that providing for you materially was enough, but it wasn't. And I knew it wasn't." She reached into her purse and pulled out a small box. "I found this in Richard's things after he died. I should have given it to you then." Inside was a silver charm bracelet with a single charm, a tiny paintbrush. "It was Catherine's," Denise said. "Richard kept it, along with this." She handed me a folded note. My father's handwriting was instantly recognizable. "For Trisha on her 21st birthday. The truth about your mother: she was extraordinary, an artist who saw beauty everywhere. She wanted you more than anything in this world. Her last words were your name. I couldn't breathe. You kept this from me for 15 years. Yes, no excuses, no deflection, just admission. Why are you giving it to me now? Because you deserve the truth, all of it." She looked out at the ocean. "And because Michaela hasn't spoken to me in 3 days. She says she won't until I make this right." A surprised laugh escaped me. "She's tougher than any of us realized." "She's like you in that way." Denise's gaze returned to me. "I don't expect forgiveness, Trisha, but I want you to know that I was wrong. About everything. The money, the will, it's all been corrected. Your share is waiting whenever you're ready. I don't want your money. I know. But it's yours by right." She stood to leave. "Catherine would be proud of the woman you've become. And Richard." Her voice caught. "Richard loved you. Whatever his failings, he loved you completely." As she turned to go, I found myself speaking. "Did you have anything to do with his accident?" She froze. "No, that was truly an accident. I may have been cold, Trisha, but I'm not a murderer." I believed her. The realization surprised me. "One more thing," she said at the steps. "Jesse is being investigated for financial improprieties. The adjustments to the will, the offshore accounts. It wasn't just about keeping you out. He was hiding money from federal regulators. And you didn't know?" I suspected. But I chose not to see it, just like I chose not to see so many things. She looked back at me one last time. "Goodbye, Trisha." I watched her drive away, the bracelet cool in my palm. I didn't feel triumph or vindication, just a quiet certainty that a chapter had closed. Inside, I found Michaela in the kitchen, with Simon and Sawyer, laughing over takeout containers. "Everything okay?" Simon asked, noting my expression. "Getting there," I said, taking a seat among them. Later, after dinner, I walked alone to the shoreline. I fastened Catherine's locket around my neck, then added the charm bracelet to my wrist. The tiny paintbrush caught the moonlight. I thought about Catherine, her artist's eye seeing beauty where others missed it. About Margaret, who had watched over me from afar all these years. About Michaela, brave enough to choose right over loyalty. About Simon and Sawyer, who had stood by me without question. Family, not defined by blood or names or legal documents, but by choice, by love freely given. I opened the locket, looking at Catherine's face in the dim light. "I found my way," I whispered to her. "Not to who they wanted me to be, but to who I am." The waves rushed in, erasing my footprints in the sand. But I wasn't disappearing. For the first time in my life, I was fully, completely visible, to myself and to those who truly mattered. I closed the locket and walked back toward the beach house, where light spilled from the windows and voices called my name.